another morning of waiting 4 days after the conclusion of the August elections. We are yet to get a clear winner in the presidential race. We have several other positions that have already been declared and who the winner is. But in the presidential race, we're yet to get the winner. And that is why we're still here and walking you through the entire process. Good morning. Welcome to Kenya Decides on KBC Channel 1 Elections 2022, 360 degrees coverage of the elections up until when Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, gives us the name of a person who will probably be the next president of the Republic of Kenya, or tell us still whether we are headed back to the polls, either on a rerun, if not so, see through the process of the judiciary. My name is John Jacob Keria. Good. Victor.
Yes, it's the 12th day of August 2022. It's Friday. The long wait is still on. First of all, thank you to the night team. We call them the night runners. Shiksha, Doreen, and Wahome. Thank you for that. Now we are taking the ship to the different direction until later in the day, probably 1 or 2 p.m., depending on how everything will go. But nonetheless, the election coverage still is on, and up to the last point, we're still waiting for Wafula Chebukati to give us the final results. Remember, he has 7 days legally provided by the Constitution to announce who the final winner will be. But nonetheless, we are here to give you blow-by-blow coverage on what is happening. Remember, we also have newspapers, different papers to give you what has been happening in the last 24 hours. The Star newspaper, the Standard newspaper, and the Daily Nation. But before then, Jen Wambo is also all set. Lady J.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Day 3 post the elections. We continue with Kenya Decides right here on KBC Channel 1 until the day IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati will officially give the final results, and especially so for the presidential. And of course, we still will be keeping up with the provisional results as we have been here on KBC Channel 1, just to give you some guidance on how the numbers are looking so far. But again, remember, IEBC has the final say. But in regards to some of the positions that have already been made public, officially declaring the winner, we have remember, out of the 47 counties, only 45 counties participated in the gubernatorial race. And so far, we know the governor-elect for Busia is Paul Otuoma, who garnered 164,478 votes. In the Nzoia, we have George Natembeya, who is the governor-elect, who was running under DAPK ticket. In Bungoma, the governor-elect is Kenneth Lusaka, running on a Ford Kenya ticket, and he got 244,298 votes. We also have Gladys Wanga as the governor-elect for Homa Bay County, running on an ODM ticket. She garnered 244,559 votes. Moving on to Nandi County, Stephen Sang is the governor-elect, running under UDA ticket. He garnered 237,045 votes. In Migori County, the governor-elect is Ochilo Ayako, having garnered 175,000 votes. In West Pokot, we have Simon Kachapin, of course, running under a UDA ticket. He garnered 86,476 vote. In Kisumu County, Anyang' Nyong'o defended his seat, emerging as the governor-elect as 319,957 votes. So far, those are some of the counties that have the results confirmed in regards to the governor-elect. But as per the presidential votes, as you can see on your screen, those are the information as per the IEBC website. And as you can see, Deputy President William Ruto is still in the lead in some of the counties, because remember, one of the requirements to become president is you have to have at least 25% of votes from at least half of the counties. So we're talking about 24 counties. And as you can see from that particular data on your screen, Deputy President William Ruto, when it comes to counties with at least, where he has scored at least more than 25% 25%. It's so far indicated right there on your screen. So we'll be keeping you updated as and when these numbers continue to change right here on KBC Channel 1. Remember, on Twitter, the hashtag that you should be following us on is Kenya Decides 2022. At KBC Channel 1 is the official station handle. Our individual handles are at Victor Olo, at J Curia, and at Jane Wamboy. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Jane. And of course, those figures you see there are verified results.
Yes.
That means then it's a verified result in the sense that the physical form 34A has already arrived at the Bomas of Kenya. Every agent, presidential agent, has gone through them. So have the IEBC clerks or officials seated on the floor at the Bomas of Kenya. So those are verified results.
Absolutely.
From several constituencies. And now it's from 34A physical, from 34B physical. All of them being tallied and collated by the IEBC for that display.
Absolutely. And maybe just to turn and probably who cannot see from there, reported so far is 46,197 out of 46,229. That is 99.93%.
So we're waiting for 30.
Exactly. And so far, the verified at the National Tallying Center is 695 out of 46,229. Now, that is 695 polling stations out of 46,229.
You have a long way to go.
Exactly. And so far, DP William Ruto of UDA has 5 counties where he's scored a total of 104,517, followed closely by Raila Odinga, 99,672, Wajia George Lushiri, 0. Number of counties, that he scored above 25%, but total votes stand at 1,649. And lastly, Wahiga David Maure, 0 counties so far, but total votes counted is 555. Now, this is what is being reflected at the Bomas of Kenya. Remember, Chebukati has to wait for all the 290 returning officers to report to the Bomas of Kenya for a verification before everything is displayed at the main screen at the Bomas of Kenya. So this takes us back to what we were saying yesterday, that Chebukati now has the final say. Online pollsters, online returning officers, everybody is now getting to take down their final tally. And Jen, this just shows how anxious people are. And this is what's also captured on the front page of the Star newspaper, anxiety.
Absolutely. And at least IEBC is being very open with the results so far, which is something that is completely different this time around, giving that reassurance to the public and ensuring transparency is at the center of the conversation when it comes to this, making public of the results so far. And even the international community, some are still wowed at the fact that in Kenya, you can actually download these results and tally for yourself just to verify if the numbers that IEBC is putting out are actually true. But then again, there you go. So far, Deputy President William Ruto is leading in 5 counties where he has scored at least 25% of the vote, which is one of the requirements. And of course, at the end of the day, the presidential elect candidate will have to have scored 50 plus 1% of the entire votes. So far, that is where we stand. Once the Form 34As are submitted, then we will be, I'm sure the chair will have a presser to update us on how the next step from this particular point. But this is encouraging. This is encouraging, Victor.
Exactly. And this is the reason why here at the National Broadcaster, we are telling you, sit back and relax.
And I think that's also why Chebukati is taking his time. I mean, he knows
7 days.
Yeah.
7 days.
provided with 7 days to ensure that he does his job very efficiently.
Yes.
And so far, day 3, you can see the progress they have made. So, of course, when we finally get the results of the president-elect, I believe as a people of the Republic of Kenya, we will have a certain level of confidence that he has done his job as he needed to have done. So again, you can always access this information as our viewer, as a Kenyan citizen for that matter, at the on the IEBC website. Just go on there. You can download all the Form 34As, get to see each constituency. You'll actually get the picture of the form, just get to see the number of votes that each presidential candidate got, and the officials that signed on that particular document stating that these are the final results from the constituency. You can be able to see them, and if you want to, if you choose to tally them yourself, you're welcome to do so.
Absolutely, and you know, this is worldwide. Anywhere in the world can access this form, so it's public. What about you? Why don't you go to the website and the general website for the IEBC, download that form. You can also take that link, then follow everything. Don't depend on social media.
Absolutely.
Do not depend on social media. People have emotions out there, but remember, IEBC has the final word. So do not depend on social media. I've received so many phone calls, messages, Victor. I also don't know.
Yes, we are also doing our own tally, but at the end of the day, IEBC has the final say. And speaking of our own tally, Victor and Curia, when it comes to the presidential results so far, the provisional results that we have as a KBC, Deputy President William Ruto is still at the lead with 50.84% of the votes tallied so far. That puts it at 6,409,939 votes. We have Raila Odinga coming in second with 6,100,294 votes, putting him at 48.39%. Professor George Wajia comes in third with 55,564 votes, putting it at 0.44% of the votes that we have tallied so far. And finally, David Mwaure with 0.33% of the votes so far, putting him at 41,433 votes. These are the provisional results that we as the national broadcaster have so far. And of course, these numbers will continue to change as we continue with this live broadcasting right here on KBC Channel 1. Of course, we expect all of them to go up until we get to the final figure. But then again, IEBC, as and when they will be ready, will be giving us the official and final results of this particular election exercise. And
I can imagine the palpitation, the anxiety, the weight, all the expectation from different people, include anyway. So today we'll be having a lot of discussion from the Bomas of Kenya. That is where all action now shifts, because that is where Chebukati will be announcing each and every polling station which has been verified. There will be a press conference announcing whatever has been verified at the National Tallying Center based at the Bomas of Kenya. Security is rather tight there. And probably we'll be linking up with our reporters who are also based at the Bomas of Kenya to give us an insight on what is happening at the Bomas of Kenya. But so far, so good. The country is peaceful, albeit a bit of some anxiety, but that is normal. It's a competition the same way when my team plays Arsenal and we at 90th minute leading 1-0 and some team I don't. Wherever Regina is, probably I know she must be not so happy by Manchester United. I had to bring this here. They are beaten.
Well, when we're electioneering, Victor.
Yes, oh yes, oh yes. So it's akin to football match.
Yes.
When your team is winning and you have some high stakes, and you say, hey, 91th minute. They call 91th, not 91st minute, 91th minute and 92th.
Yes.
And the referee says it's a done deal.
It's a done deal.
It's a done deal. So Arsenal wins 1-0. to Manchester United.
Victor.
Just an example.
But nonetheless, remember, we are still waiting for all the Form 34A forms to be submitted to the IEBC. From their portal, 99.93% of the counties have submitted them. And generally, when you also just check out their website, 35 counties have finished submitting this form. So different counties have a few constituencies, polling stations rather, that haven't submitted this particular form. And when you look at the actual figure, it's under 30 forms that are yet to go. About 28, 29 forms that are being awaited by the IEBC in order to close this particular first step of submitting the Form 34As, which come from the polling stations, which are transmitted by the presiding officer to the county offices. And from this particular point, at that point is where they actually announce the MCA and Member of Parliament results. And of course, looking at the gubernatorial, the senatorial and county women member of county women rep results are then transmitted by the deputy returning officer to the county office's tallying center, but the presidential results are transmitted by the returning officer to the national tallying center. That is basically the chain through which these results are transmitted from the polling station to the constituency offices, to the county offices, and finally to the national tallying centers. So we will be letting you know more as and when it keeps checking in, because again, these numbers change by the minute.
I've just done some math here, a simple one. So far, we have got verified at the National Tallying Center 695 out of 46,225. If you do the math, we still have 45,534 to go. So we still have a long way to go, ideally.
Absolutely.
We still have a long way to go, and Chebukati will be addressing the media each and every time, you know. So lower your expectation. That is my hour starter. Lower your expectation. Okay.
All right. A quick one here. The IEBC is still pleading with Didmas Baraza to get out from his hideout and come and collect his certificate. So Didmas Baraza,
in person,
wherever you are, kindly get out and go and collect your nomination certificate. Of course, we can't guarantee what will happen after you have collected your certificate, but your certificate needs to be collected at the Kimilili Constituency Tallying Center. That is very important, because I mean, you can't generally become an MP if you have not collected that,
so
because you must have it from the IEBC, and it is not provisional, by the way. It is actually the final certificate you get from the IEBC, a certification that you have won. So Didmas Baraza needs to get out and go and collect his certificate. And I understand the IEBC has insisted it is not going to give anybody that certificate.
He sent his chief agent, and he was told, no, you are not Didmas Baraza. We need him.
But remember, Junet Mohammed's certificate was picked by the wife. I think even Oscar Sudi sent his two wives to actually go pick the certificate. But there's a sudden interest. There's an interest in Didmas Baraza coming for that certificate himself. So he needs to get out and go, come get that certificate. And
that's what the law dictates.
Yeah.
To this point, the law dictates that you have to go to Kimilili and pick your certificate.
At this point, the IEBC insists that you must come personally to pick your certificate. Then you will see what happens after that.
Okay.
All right. Maybe we get a look at the papers and see what is in the papers.
Absolutely. Let me start with the standard here.
Okay.
Battle for 50+1. Battle for 50+1. As Kenyans wait with bated breath for the presidential poll winner to be announced anytime from now, tallies by media houses last night showed that the race is too close to call, and it is now a dash to hit the 50+1 mark for Raila Odinga and William Ruto to win the prize in first round. That story is fleshed out there for you in details in page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 11, which means it's a full page. Also there we have got winners and losers again, which was yesterday, just an update on what happened yesterday in the papers. Winners and losers, big names feel voters' wrath. We have the winners, Karolo Omondi. We have Musa Sirma is back in Parliament. We have Mwangi Kiunjuri, Jeremiah Lumurkai, we have got Ronald Karauri, Mary Emase Mohammed Ali, and Rahim Dawood. Losers, here, according to the paper, John Munyes lost. We have got Swarup Mishra, Chris Omalwa, who lost to George Natembe, Joshua Kutun. We have got Justus Kizito, Enoch Kibunguchi, Chris Omulele, Sospito Jamong, losing to
who?
Sospito Jamong?
Mary Emase. She's the former MP for Tessa South.
Exactly.
2013 to 2017.
Naomi Shaban, who you said yesterday was one of the longest serving members
of parliament. Alongside Jimmy Angwenyi, Wazee wa Nyumba.
Yeah. And Mauka Maure. That is...
Mauka Maure lost?
Yes, according to the standard here, Mauka Maure has also lost.
Okay.
All right.
You know, Mauka Maure also has some institutional memory of... I know he had a comeback in 2017 after staying in the cold for some time. But it is one person he would say also has, you know, institutional memory and what he would say the skills of debate.
Page 2, where the numbers are, constituencies, you can also take a look. It's a full page display there. Of course, going to page 3, celebrations in pictures. Keen sense of urgency at Bomas as Kenyans await election, white smoke. That is where the numbers are. Yellow wave sweeps away Azimio sympathizers in South Rift. Again, there's a story fleshed out for you. Voters show faith in women by electing women to top positions. Let me start by winners. As per the standard, we have got
Githunguri.
Exactly. Million is back. We have got Rosa Buyu, Irene Key, Tabitha Karanja, one lady who's faced a lot of turbulence to the run-up of the election. We have got Mathira again coming back. Charity Kadhambi, and lastly Jane Kihara, a seasoned politician, also back. Babu Winner also bagged that ticket and is back to Parliament. Veterans shown the door by new guard of young aspiring leaders. Who are these? Jimmy Angwenyi, Chris Obure, Sam Ongeri, Amos Kimunya, Wafula Munyinyi, Joshua Kutun, Olago Aloj, who was an independent candidate.
Flawed by Rosa Buyu.
Exactly, and now we have got Kimani Ngunjiri from Nakuru County. All right, Raila's party bags prime seats to reclaim lost glory in stronghold. That is a story. Can also, it's all about politics. And finally, on the standard, how Supreme Court influenced IBC vote count in this year's poll. Something that we'll be discussing with our analysts later on. Experts say that IBC is taking measures to avoid a nullification of the presidential election result. In 2017, Raila's case was that Chebukati announced the final presidential result without 11,000 Form 34As. That was a slap on the face of IBC. And something that we'll be discussing for quite some time, but it's never too late to also continue the discussion. So there we have it as far as the standard is concerned. I wish I went to sport, but anyway, let's just say that.
No, I know you're reaching to the sports, but let's settle a bit on the elections. The Daily Nation and what is captured in the Daily Nation, page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 16 is just about the elections. On the front page of a Daily Nation, a mix of the old and new guard get tickets to the House. Who are some of these old guard? You're looking at Mishi Boko, at least according to the Daily Nation, of Likoni, or an ODM ticket, Otiende Amolo, Rieda on ODM, Rosa Buyu of Kisumu West on an ODM ticket, and so John Waluke, the Member of Parliament for Sirisia, on a Jubilee Party ticket. You have new blood somebody like Felix Odiwar or Jalango on an ODM ticket. So is Marianne Keitani, the former chief of staff at the Deputy President's office, who will now be the Member of Parliament for Aldai, elected on a UDA ticket. I'm not sure Omboko Milemba is a new face, owing to the fact that he will be serving his second term on an ANC ticket, and so will be Ndindi Nyoro of Kiharu, who has been re-elected on a UDA ticket. Still on the front page of the Daily Nation, new dawn in Mount Kenya as bigwigs bite the dust. We'll be looking at that story in a bit. But page number 2 and 3 just have pictures of celebrations from some quarters, some wailing from others, the hustle and bustle at the Bomas of Kenya, which is the nerve center of the presidential election, and those pictures are captured for you on page 2 and 3 of the Daily Nation. Page number 4, drama at Bomas as presidential results verification begins. The returning officers from the constituencies had by yesterday started arriving at the National Tallying Center, Bomas of Kenya, Nairobi, to deliver forms 34A and forms 34B. But Chebukati has told Kenyans not to worry about the different numbers broadcasted by media houses. So you don't have to worry. At the end of the day, something got to give. And the results must correspond at some point because they all come from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And you can see the numbers on your screen. These are from verified constituencies. These are verified results as they appear on your screen. That is number Marsabit presiding officer says for abandoning election material, and there's going to be a lot of that. Some of the IEBC officials have found themselves in trouble, either in one way, manhandling or mishandling the election material, and therefore that means then they will be in trouble, and some of them could find themselves in court facing election-related offences or charges. Page number 4, Raila and Ruto, page 6, that is Raila and Ruto battle for supremacy in Parliament. Quite an interesting turn here after this election. There are about 26 MPs who are yet to be officially declared, in the sense that the provisional results show that they have won, but they're yet to be issued the certificates. Then it cannot be counted as having won, but look at number 7 of the Daily Nation. You will see how Kenya Kwanza and Azimio have shared the spoils in terms of leadership. For example, you have 134 MPs already elected to Parliament on Azimio, or rather affiliated to Azimio, or parties affiliated to Azimio cumulatively have 134 MPs, while Kenya Kwanza has about 120 members of Parliament affiliated to Kenya Kwanza, according to the Daily Nation. There are 10 MPs elected on an independent ticket. What is surprising is that the ruling party, Jubilee, has only 15 MPs out of this entire election, which tells you the ruling party performed quite dismally. The Jubilee Party performed quite dismally. At this point, we want to take a breather. When we come back with more results for you, and of course, peruse through the papers, see what the papers are saying, and give you more information. But for now, a breather.
Basi nawaomba wa Kenya, ni wakati wa kuwa na ujasiri wa kutetea hiki kipaji. Wewe mwenzangu, hasa nyinyi wanarika, msiitikie kutumika kwa kupewa pesa ili mlete vurugu ama kuchochea. Msiitikie kutekwa nyara, kwani sio kwenye tu kipaji, ni kwa watoto na watoto wajukuu wenyu ambao tunawalindia hii nchi yetu ili iwe nchi iliyo na manufaa na amani.
Very last warning, don't you ever call my brother a fake millionaire. Tayonga mtu saizi.
Anamnyonga hivi kabisa. His muscle shaft nayo. Huku. Wacha tu.
Guys, this school is relocating.
Wait, are you guys serious?
Of course. How can you teach in peace when you come to school drunk every day, every morning?
I'm not drunk. Nanuka tu pombe ya jana. Destiny. I wanna rule my destiny.
Classmates, every Saturday on KBC.
This is the way we're going to invade your sitting rooms once every week. Allah.
And this is what we mean. The originals. Lipua, Veve Productions, Orchestra Kiam, and so much more.
Merindimo ya ngoma za rumba kutoka pembe zote za Afrika, zilizopepea, zinazopepewa kwa kiasi ambacho hutang'atuka ng'o from your sitting room.
Wow, Buzi Buziana, Scholar Miel, Betty Beast, Fifi Mofude, among others.
Bridge over Congo with Simeon Mfumu Kimbangu
and Winnie Marie-Jose on KBC Channel 1.
Nzambia sambela kate, ako sambela nani?
God does not worship. To whom will he worship?
Honorable Kajos Mafu.
Welcome back. Let's continue with what is on the local dailies here and straight to the Star newspaper. On the front page, anxious wait. IEBC began verifying and announcing presidential results from 290 constituencies. Kenya was calm as she awaited results. IEBC boss of Wajia Bukati said Kenyans will have to wait a few more days to know the next president. All right, that is what's there. Raila, Ruto fight to control parliament. So far, according to the Star, Azimio affiliated, Azimio, 88 MPs, Kenya Kwanza, 106 members of parliament. Again, we have got losers and winners fleshed out there for you. Quick one, big names fall as little known faces enter parliament. Again, story on the front page. And murder, DCI orders MP Didymus Baraza to give himself up. That happened yesterday after police in Kiminini ordered Kimilili MP-elect Didymus Baraza to immediately surrender in connection with the alleged gunshot killing of his rival's aide. Quickly, on the second page here, inside the rigorous process of Ruto and Raila vote tally, physical results from the polling stations would be vetted against portal images. As per the law, Baraza ordered to surrender, again linked to killing of rivals aide that happened during the poll day. Waiting for Godot, Raila, Ruto locked in a tight contest. Again, it's a full page elaborating how the event is ongoing, but much as that is happening, ELOG said that they were completely satisfied with what happened. That is according to the head of ESC Election Observation Mission, Dr. Jakaya Kikwete, who said that everything is so far so good. Quickly, tight race for numbers to control House election results received so far show no single party will dominate the National Assembly. Kenya Kwanza bigwigs who failed Ruto in polls. Mudavadi had promised to deliver 70% of all Western votes. The keyword is all Western votes. But so far, that has not happened. We'll be crunching some of these numbers later on with our analysts to understand how it all went during the polls. Again, full page there. Pictures from Ford Kenya rebels in Bungoma pay heavy prices as they lose their seat. We have got Ofula Munyinyi, Esteli Simiu, and Wycliffe Wangamati there, as well as no signs of white smoke as nation waits. Happenings at the Bomas of Kenya. There is an interesting photo here. Warthogs at the National Tallying Center at Bomas yesterday. I don't know how they found their way into the auditorium, but we have got two warthogs. Remember, Bomas of Kenya is just next to the National Park, so perhaps they strayed into the auditorium, and you'd imagine the scare. It's a nice photo there. You can take a look at that for comic effect. Finally, City Lawyer Mogaka bags West Mugirango MP seat. Incumbent Vincent Kemosi of UDA says that he will not accept the results. So far, that is the first contention after, in this poll. So far, we've had almost everyone conceding defeat, but this is the first one who said that he will not accept the results.
Let me go back to the Daily Nation a bit, because before we took a break, there was no done with the Daily Nation. On the page 8 of the Daily Nation, new dawn in Mount Kenya as incumbents bite the dust. Former CS Mwangi Kiunjuri is among the bigwigs that have come back on his party's ticket, that is TSP. But you will see down there the pictures of Kiraitu wa Muronge Elias Crocodile, anaitwa Kingangi, a man who has never lost an election. This time round, he did. And I think lost to an independent candidate, Kawera Mwangaza, who will be the next governor for Meru County. Kiraitu Muronge is out. So is Derito Mureithi, the governor for Laikipia, was elected on an independent ticket in 2017. Ousted Joshua Irongo. Joshua Irongo has ousted him. It looks like a seesaw kind of thing between Derito and Joshua Irongo. Jeremiah Kioni is among the bigwigs, also felt the former he is the Ndaragwa MP right now, and the Secretary General of Jubilee Party has made such a claim yesterday. I think we released a press statement to say they have found massive irregularities pointing to the fact, or pointing to the idea that Jubilee was rigged out, that there was massive rigging in Mount Kenya. Those are claims made by Jeremiah Kioni, the Secretary General of Jubilee Party, and probably they're seeking redress over it, if there is any. Kanini Kega, the Director of Elections in Jubilee Party, has also been felled by a newcomer after serving for 2 terms. Moses Kuria and William Kabogo were seeking the gubernatorial position in Kiambu. Of course, Kabogo seeking to come back. He's out. Moses Kuria seeking his first stint as governor, out. Ruto's forays in cost did not pay because the only UDA MPs he's got so far is one from Kilifi, and then you got Faisal from Sambweni and Muhammad Ali from Nyali. Otherwise, ODM has stamped its authority in Mombasa, Kilifi, and several other counties, including Kwale, because I understand even Khatib Mwashetani will not make it back to the National Assembly. Mudavadi Fortune's deep as ANC performs dismally in Western Kenya. Obviously, you had mentioned about his promise to Kenya Kwanza. It didn't come to fruition. UDA sweeps most seats in Rift. Newcomers floor seasoned politicians, and you will see quite a number of them fell by the wayside, including the biggest one is Gideon Moi, the son of the late President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, the second president of the Republic of Kenya. The others are the likes of Alfred Keter, felled by Bernard Kitur. You'll also see the likes of Silas Tiren, Kiprop Mishra, several others felled by newcomers. But you go to page 10, and I think you had captured it in the Standard. Big guns suffer defeat in epic electoral battles. Who are these big guns? Kimani Gonjiri who was seeking to recapture, or rather to be re-elected for the third term in Bahati constituency of Nakuru, was felled by a newcomer. Her name is Irene Njoki of Jubilee Party. Kimani Ngunjiri is out in the cold for 5 years. So is Jeremiah Kioni, the Ndaragwa Member of Parliament. Deputy Speaker in the National Assembly, Moses Cheboy, was felled by Alfred Mutai. I understand this guy was a charcoal seller in that very constituency. Has felled the Deputy Speaker, Moses Cheboy. Kimunya, sometimes lucky, sometimes unlucky. He has 5 years in the sun, 5 years in the cold, and this time it appears like he will spend another 5 in the cold. Lee Kinyanjui, the governor for Nakuru, is also out, ousted by Susan Kihika. Lastly, on page 12 of the Daily Nation, Chebukati gets a thumbs up from poll observers, and that goes much into giving confidence to the IEBC and Kenyans. The Lamu East constituency has gotten its first woman MP. Her name is Ruweida of Jubilee Party. You had talked about the Supreme Court decision of 2017 and how it has influenced how IEBC is doing its job. You're still looking at the sports end? Because I see you on the back page.
But before then, a quick one here on the Star newspaper. Army backs corps in Wajia as fatigue takes toll on officers. Now, most have not rested since Monday night, raising fears the fatigue would affect tallying. And this is now the military had to kick in to give support to their colleagues. In the other side, voting in Eldas was postponed by a day after chaos erupted at the Eldas tallying center on Monday night. A fire was lit outside the facility and some individuals threatened to burn electoral materials. Gunshots rent the air for the better part of Monday night. So more personnel were also deployed in Mandera town to polling day, following fears of Al-Shabaab militants, after fears that Al-Shabaab militants could disrupt polling. So that is what's happening. Now, Narok polls officer to remain in custody for 10 days. This Lilian Chepto Kibweso was a presiding officer at Naituyupaki Primary School in Narok North Sub-County. She was arrested on Monday at Narok North Masai Girls Tallying Center after it emerged that the governor results in her polling station had been tampered with. So she will stay in police custody for 10 more days. ODM retains most MP seats in Siaya. Atandi's win means that he has broken the one-term jinx for MPs in Alego Usonga constituency.
Samuel Atandi?
Yes, he's back. So the history has it that no one has ever broken that. One term in, one term out.
And he was headed out, by the way. Looking at the campaigns, probably some 3 months towards the general election. I think there was quite some teeth. And I think it almost, in the ODM negotiations, it almost landed him out. And I think he had to go to the party leader, talk to him, and there was some kind of consensus. Otherwise, it appeared like Samuel Atandi was also headed out. But clearly, he's broken the jinx of the one-term kind of member of parliament, because I think also the attrition rate in that constituency is quite high.
It's very high because Siaya Town, Alego Usonga, that's where Siaya Town is situated, so it's cosmopolitan, so to speak.
Okay.
So you'd understand, people from different, areas of Siaya County come to Siaya Town and Alego Usonga, so to speak. So he's broken that record.
There's somebody also interesting that you need to look at. David Ochieng of Ugenya, because there was a by-election 3 years ago in Ugenya that ousted Karani, and he came in as the MDG candidate. It's called Maendeleo something.
Yes.
His political party. This year he was vying. He has recaptured that seat, and tells you one of the things when I look at David Ochieng, he's quite an open-minded person. He's very forthright, and I think he connects very much with his people in Ugenya, because surviving the 6-piece call in Siaya is quite an interesting one, because he has recaptured his seat in Ugenya. In Migori, Fatma Mohammed, who did you see those emotions on screen during the ODM nominations in Migori? She was really angry, very angry, because Danita Gatti had been given, I think out of negotiated democracy for some reason, Danita Gatti got the woman rep ticket for ODM in Migori. She went ahead to vie as an independent candidate. She has flawed Danita Gatti.
My goodness. Okay. The party you're talking about for David Ochieng is called Movement for Democracy and Growth.
Movement for Democracy and Growth.
MDG.
That's green.
Yes.
Okay.
Movement for Democracy and Growth. He has also again trounced ODM candidate there. That happened in 2017.
All right. Let's get to some of the places where governors have been declared, and I think Jane took you through that list. You have Paul Otuoma of Busia, ODM, George Natembea, DAP Kenya. These are new party. Making quite a statement and bagging a gubernatorial position in Nzoia County. Ken Lusaka of Ford Kenya in Bungoma. He's the new governor there, and I think the outgoing governor has already considered defeat. Gladys Wanga, finally Homa Bay Manyien, and the other one, I think Homa Bay Manyien statement is off.
Exactly.
Evans Kidero has lost in Homa Bay to Gladys Wanga of ODM, but Homa Bay Manyien can still be Homa Bay Manyien under Gladys Wanga, right?
Gladys Wanga.
Okay. Stephen Sang of UDA in Nandi County, Ochilo Ayako of ODM in Migori County, as well as Simon Kachapin of UDA in West Pokot. The professor of mathematics is also out in the cold, probably for some time. Okay. We need to head to the Bomas of Kenya. Regina Manyara, really dressed up.
She's dressed like an Eskimo.
Can you see? Good morning, Regina. What's the latest from Bomas?
Good morning, John Jacob Carrier, as well as Victor Law. I can tell you're making fun about my dressing. Trust me, by midnight yesterday, we were doing degrees of around 12 to 13. It's extremely cold, and we even had a drizzle in the course of the night. So please pardon our dress up. We have to keep warm. We do not want to end the election coverage and land in hospital. We are not out of the woods yet, even when it comes to COVID. So yes, we will dress warm and as should be. Now, about the updates, the latest update from IEBC, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, was last made at midnight by the chair, IEBC Fula Chebukati there. And you can see from their portal what is transmitting is still on the 100, so to speak. And this brings to the question where we saw some tweets from the IEBC chair saying that various individuals, stakeholders, including the media, were lagging behind in as far as tallying is concerned. But what we have witnessed from yesterday here, well, the process of comparing Form 34As and Form 34Bs to their originals, the ones that transmitted to their originals, is quite a task. And IEBC officials are not just alone doing this particular verification and collation of the data that has been entered into these forms. Party agents have been breathing down their necks. And as you can see, I don't know, maybe after this particular broadcast, we're going to give you a glimpse of what is happening at the middle, or rather the center of Uchaguzi Hall. The media has not been given rights to actually get down there, maybe to try and make the process as seamless as possible. So we have a dais here where we have been reporting from, but that table there, we have IEBC officials, party officials also monitoring what is happening. Now, yesterday evening, we also had just a drive-through to towns around the National Tallying Center, being the Bomas of Kenya, and we landed in Ongata Rongai. And the question was, what do the residents of Ongata Rongai feel about, what is being broadcast by various media houses? And just two gentlemen actually came forth and said it's quite confusing because the numbers are there are great variations in the numbers, and their preferred candidates are winning or losing, give and take, depending on the stations they are watching. And they said now they're totally reliant on the information that is going to be coming from the NAV Center here, Bomas of Kenya. IEBC maintaining that those results that have been announced at the various polling stations are final, and as the official returning officer in as far as the presidential elections concerned, Wafula Chebukati will be the only one to announce the presidential results. So we'll continue keeping tabs. This is the Usiku Sako, if you like, handing over to the day shift by Serafina Robi and O'Brien Kimani. So in a nutshell, what you're seeing, we're still on the hundreds, not yet in the millions as you're seeing on the various media houses, but this has been enabled by the IEBC that made available through their portal Form 34As, and individuals as well as stakeholders and organizations, including political parties, had an opportunity to just, download the forms and do their tally. As far as the IEBC is concerned, we are in the hundreds, so we have a long way to go. But it's within the law. The IEBC has until 7 days, up to 7 days, to make their pronouncements. Currently, we're on day 3. Now, that is a wrap from here, Regina Manyara. Now back to you, John Jacob Kuria, Victor Olo, and Jane Wamboi.
I let you go. Before I let the Usiku Sako disappear, nights like the ones you witnessed the whole night obviously have a level of drama, particularly down there at the hall. Was there any drama you witnessed last night, particularly on political parties not agreeing on any position?
Actually, we did not witness any disagreement. However, we saw a lot of walk in and walk out by various political leaders. We had Raphael Tuju actually leave in a huff, as well as Edwin Sifuna, to where they did not disclose where they were leaving to or headed to, but that created a commotion here. But we haven't seen that at the floor of Uchaguzi House. But we witnessed that, arrival as well as hasty departure of at least those two.
Right. Before Victor comes in, witnessing the whole process, because you can understand how painstaking it is, and you have already pointed out to that. In your own estimation, Regina, do you think we're likely to get a presidential result tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow is most likely because as we speak right now, the last brief was around 12. So we have already done 6 hours and we have no update. So we expect that Wafula Chebukati will do better. In his latest address, he gave us results from at least four counties, so to speak. So if we do the math, let's say by end of day today at around midnight, let's give him up to midnight, we'll have done at least, if not 3/4, slightly above half in as far as the presidential results are concerned, and tomorrow might be just D-Day. And there's been a lot of conversation, and off cuff is that will the presidential results be announced at night? And IEBC chairperson on a light note said, well, he cannot preempt, but his people are on hand to do the verification and collation, and he will be doing the pronouncements. If you look at the pronouncements that were made in 2013, they were done on a Thursday. Thursday was yesterday. This is Friday. So, well, every new season, it brings in something new, so to speak, Kyria.
Victor, do you have a question?
All right. Regina? So, Regina, you are the Bomas of Kenya, and if you go back to what the chairman said yesterday, we got a serious backlash as media as far as the transmission of these results is concerned. So, could you please just tell us what is so different at the Bomas of Kenya compared to what we have as media?
Now, what is happening here at IEBC, they have the privilege, or rather the mandate, to compare what was transmitted. Remember, Form 34As that have been uploaded on the website have been uploaded from the various polling stations. Yes. So there's a case of maybe even human error. Ben Troy tried to explain that also that was pointed out during the disputed elections of 2017, where the numbers, you could see what was entered in Form 34As then. You'd see a 1 that was confused for a 7 or a 3 confused for an 8. So what is happening here at the NAV Center, the National Tallying Center, is that the IEBC officials now have what has, it's a screenshot that is sent over the website, or rather technology, but now you have the original to compare. Then they also compare in terms of the registered voters at that polling station. They weed out human error, and they upload what is correct. Now, when it comes to various media houses, and this is a debate that has been raging, especially on social media, why do the various media houses have varying results being broadcast? First of all, one of them is because of the speed and the human resource that each media house is employing. Then secondly, there's been this talk. If I watch media house A, my person is in the lead. If I watch C, he is losing. So I asked someone just to try and explain that scenario, and this is what came out. So we already know where the presidential candidates, so to speak, are popular. So if I decide as Regina or as my organization to download Form 34As from Person X's stronghold and, tabulate them and post them, ahead of the other Form 34As, because from the IBC portal, which is almost at 100 or 99.94% displaying the Form 34As, it's very easy to pick out. Then I pick their closest rival and I upload after. You see, I am manipulating what the viewer is seeing. That is just someone who was trying to explain why we are seeing the variation. But at the end of the day, IEBC is going to be the one to announce these particular results. And IEBC also chair cautioned politicians from declaring themselves winners. That mandate squarely lies with the IEBC. So that may be the difference why we are seeing the various affiliations. As you see, everybody has a price and everyone has a preference. But it's a matter of perception and creating perception. But at the end of the day, all eyes should be focused on what the IEBC is churning. That also received backing from election observers yesterday. Leading the EAC contingent was Jakaya Kikwete, former president of Tanzania, who said the process has been transparent and lauded Kenyans for maintaining peace. So, Victor, that might be just the reason why we are having the various variations as broadcast by various media houses.
All right. Okay, there you have it. Regina, I don't know if your camera person will be in a position to just show us what is happening behind the scenes, perhaps for the benefit of the viewer back home, just to explain to us what is happening as at now. A majority of people went to bed last night without getting an update. So just a quick, update on what's happening behind you, if it's possible.
Actually, we'll do you a solid. What we're going to do, I'm going to walk off camera, but still try and explain what you're seeing on the floor of the house. The camera person is going to just try and tilt down. Remember, we've only been given a dais to work with. So there you go. So what you are seeing back at home is the verification and coalition of Form 34As and Form 34Bs there. You're seeing party officials as well as IEBC officials. Now, these officials have been working round the clock, so to speak, and from midnight there, IEBC chair said that they're going to be adding more tables so that they can increase more efficiency at the floor of Uchaguzi Hall. And if you were wondering about why we are dressed like Eskimos, what you're seeing there, everybody has a jacket, to say the least. People have scarves, shawls and such, because it is quite cold. And even there's a gas lamp right at the middle to just show the extent of, or rather the degree, the low temperatures that we have been having here at the hall. At the floor of the House, you can see Boss Sholei there engaging another person, maybe having a conversation in regard to, the process. In colloquial term also, Victor and Jacob there, political parties, for them, this is kulinda kura. I'm sure you've heard that when you're engaging them, as well as political analysts, in zamu ya kulinda kura, so to speak. So they're here. They have been here from yesterday, and I'm sure we're expecting to see more trickle in as the day progresses. That's just but a sneak peek of what is happening on the floor of Uchaguzi Hall.
A long night indeed at the Bomas of Kenya. Regina, we wish you well. I actually saw a gentleman there who has already decided to rest his eyes a bit. Belonging to a political party. Kama hiyo ndio kulinda kura, kazi kwao kabisa. Thank you very much, Regina, for your time. Obviously, as you take a rest, we hope to see you again tonight. Regina Manyara, of course, talking to us from the Bomas of Kenya. That is how the situation looks like. And you can see the hustle of Kulinda Kura. Even people are resting their eyes at this point. Victor, it's not an easy job. It's not an easy task. Being a journalist or an agent.
Right. It's not an easy job. Let's wait and see how it goes. Even as here, it's not an easy one for us, but all in a day's work. Okay, so Kira, we have our guest in studio, Kevin Patricia, who is a political analyst, but most importantly, an advocate of the High Court. He was also, or is, at the Kalonzo Musyoka campaign secretariat. He's a senior counsel, so to speak. Absolutely. Yes. Welcome to the show, Kevin.
Thank you, Victor and Kyoria, for having me.
Absolutely.
It has been a while.
It's been a while. Did you vote?
Yes, I voted. I went to my home in Sekuru.
Exhibit?
Yes, it is still here.
So we're in Mzalendo?
Me ni Mzalendo kabisa.
Very good.
Yes.
Looking at what's happening at the Bomas of Kenya, we must say that we still have a long way to go.
That's very true, Victor, because contrary to what we are seeing from the media houses, and I thank your colleague Regina for clarifying on the reason why we have varying results by several media houses, and looking at the verified results, where we are talking of 695 out of 46, 229. I think we have a long way to go, and I think within those 7 days, which are provided by the Constitution for IBC to declare the results, I think they have to work extra hard. They have to burn the midnight oil. Perhaps they may have to have more staff to do the verification, because the way things are, it may be a tight job to be able to verify all the results with the remaining period. Yes.
And all this is, within the legal framework.
Yes, because the chair is given 7 days after the election. So 7 days from the 9th, that takes you to the 16th, which is Tuesday.
Perhaps we can just come back and ask this particular question. Yesterday, the observers gave a green light that they're satisfied. You have been an observer before. What is your personal observation?
Personally, I think even after voting in my rural area, I walked around, visited several polling stations, and to be honest, Victor, the entire voting period was very calm, peaceful, even though in some areas the KIMS kit were not working, and of course with the option of the manual register, people were able to be allowed to vote. I think you saw that happened even to the Kenya Kwanza running mate. Yes. But in some areas, some people were shocked to find out that where they thought are their polling stations, they were transferred to other polling stations without their knowledge. I don't know whether it is their negligence or they were not aware, but some people actually did not vote, because you go to a polling station, you are told, no, you're not supposed to be voting here. You're supposed to be voting in another polling station, and with a limited time, you can't travel there and vote. So I think there were a few challenges, and of course, there's nothing the IBC staff could do in those situations. But generally, the entire voting process was calm. It was peaceful. In my opinion, it was efficient. IBC officials tried to do a good job. And you have seen now, even for the tallying of other seats, I think by today or tomorrow, we may have results for all other positions apart from the presidential election. So I think IBC are doing a good job.
Can someone go to court and sue IBC and say that, you know what, I'm a registered voter. I voted in 2017. During the verification process, I verified that I am a registered voter. And on that particular day to vote, I did not find my name on the KIM system. Can someone go to court on that basis and sue IEBC as the respondent?
Yes and no, because there was a period which was provided by IEBC for Kenyans to go and verify and confirm their polling stations and their registration details. That period was there. So long as you can prove that you verified that this was your polling station, and when you went there again now for voting, that did not happen, I think you'll be having a very good case. Because the right to vote is a constitutional right. So it cannot be limited as per Article 38 of the Constitution of Kenya. It is mandatory for you to be allowed to vote. And actually in some areas, people where for example, your fingerprints cannot register, and you're not to be able to, the kids cannot even see you, and even at the manual register you're not even there, but you have your voter's card, then there was that period for verification. If you went there because there were forms to be filled, if you filled forms, you submitted, and you have a copy as evidence, you'll be having a very good case. And IBC will be sued, but now the challenge will be, it will be too late because there can't be another election specifically for you. That's why there was a period given by IBC for every Kenyan to go and verify their details. Yes.
Okay.
Wakili, a quick one would want to know, after the elections are done, like we are in this case, at what point then can a voter file a case of disenfranchisement in court?
The Elections Act, Kyoria, provides for a voter or even a candidate to put any petition after the official declaration of the results. Actually, I've received so many calls from candidates who feel that the elections was not done properly, the tallying was not done properly, and they want to sue IBC. But I've been telling them they have to wait until the official declaration of the results. After that, then there will be a period for petitions, and that period is provided in the Election Act. So somebody has to wait until we get now the full declaration of the results before you can move to court and put a petition.
Okay. Yes. So filing a petition at this point would be premature?
It will be extremely premature, because at this point what somebody can do before, and I've advised many of my clients, before the official results are declared, and I think you saw the same being done by Waigoro and Girishi in Kirinyaga, where you write the candidate or a voter writes to the returning officer at a particular tallying center, expressing their concerns, and the returning officer will have to address the issues raised by the complainant in the letter. If you fail to do so, at that point, then you can move to court. The court will now come in after official declaration of the results and even after gazettement of the candidates.
All right. Before I throw it to you, Victor, a quick one, because by mentioning the Ngirishi Waigoro case, something just came up, and I'm wondering, there has been a demand, and I think there was a demand also yesterday in Kirinyaga, that some ballot boxes are reopened for recounting. And I think there's a similar demand in Starehe right now. My question is, what powers does the returning officer have in terms of reordering a recount or reopening of a ballot box, Wakili?
The returning officer has the discretion to allow the demand as spread or disallow. If the returning officer is convinced that the issues raised by the complainant are legit and they are genuine, then they can allow. Because remember, Kyoria, all these candidates have their agents. So the agents are, because if you put it as an open bracket whereby anybody can request for tallying to be done again, and for the process to be repeated, it will not be possible for the entire process to be conducted swiftly. So the returning officer has the discretion They will look at the evidence provided by the candidates, and if they are satisfied that retallying or maybe making sure that the process is repeated again, then they will make that decision.
And that can be done right now?
Yes.
Or even after the declaration?
No, that can only be done before the official declaration.
Okay.
After the official declaration, then now it's a different situation, whereby you have to move to court, get a court order for the IEBC to be ordered to retaliate or to do anything else as pertains the election process.
Let's say, for example, let's say, for example, in a particular case, in Form 34A, we are dealing with the presidential election. In this polling station called KBC, or Broadcasting House, and Forms 34A show Olo has gotten 20, Kyoria has gotten 30. That form has gone to the IEBC in its physical form as well as in its picture form. Can then my agents demand a recounting of those ballot papers when the form is already with the IEBC and results had been declared that Olo got 20 and I got 30?
Remember, Kyoria and Olo, that tallying is done at the polling station. That's the first point. It is done there. Yeah. So now, if at the polling station now KBC here we do tallying, and now when these results, of course, these forms are transmitted to the to the tallying center. If it is presidential now, they are transmitted to Bomas. Yeah, that is the presidential tallying center. If it is, for example, it's for maybe, let's talk of a governor, where they are taken to the county tallying center, what is taken there physically, the forms, and what has been transmitted, the work of the returning officer at that point is to verify whether what is transmitted via email and the physical ones are tallying. That is now what they are doing verification on. But if now during verification, as Kyoria is saying, the agent there at the tallying center realizes that the form 34, which has been submitted physically, is different from what their agent at the polling station had, then at that point they can put a complaint, whereby now the returning officer will be able to make a decision on whether to allow the retallying, because they can remember all those ballot boxes from the polling station are taken to the tallying center. If there are any complaints with regards to now the forms are not the same, then now retallying can be done, but at the discretion of the returning officer.
So what happens at the Bomas, for example, if there's a discrepancy in the forms and the submission, or probably in the results, what happens? Can the IBC chair of Wafula Chebukati order for a recount in a particular constituency?
That is what is supposed to do, actually, because that's why, and I think IBC chair was very democratic, and he allowed anybody to have their own tallying center. And the idea is to make sure that what is at the polling station is the same thing at the tallying center. This from that 4 is, for example. So it is now the discretion. If, for example, in KBC, what Kenya Kwanza agent has and what Azimio agent have, the forms are different, even with what IBC have now physically, then at that point they have to make sure that they ensure that the real form is the one which is used, and at some point they have to allow for retallying, because I've seen some areas where, especially in the local elections for the MCAs, where you hear that the form which was at the polling station is different from what is at the constituent tallying center, and they had to do a recount. But if you don't raise the complaint at that point and the results are declared, then now you have to go to court.
Okay.
Yes.
You're involved in the 2017 court process.
Yes,
and I'm so sure most of the lawyers in town are praying that you don't go back there, because it's a tedious job.
Yes.
What would you compare to what happened in 2017 and that now? Do you think the IEBC and the entire commission handled this, electoral process fairly to avoid the repeat of what happened in 2017?
Victor, actually, I'll shock you to let you know that many lawyers want as many petitions as possible, even presidential petitions.
I would imagine so.
Really?
Yes. Even myself, I'm waiting for petitions, and many of my colleagues are telling election losers not to concede.
It's an open market right now.
It's an open market. But anyway, to answer your question, and I've seen it actually with the IBC commissioners, they are actually strictly following the judgment in the 2017 petition. The issues which were raised there in that judgment in 2017, the IBC commissioners are very keen not to repeat
the case was credibility.
Yes, not to repeat the same mistake, especially on the issues of transmission of the results. They are very keen. That's why they are taking their time to verify, to make sure that everything is proper. Yeah. So I think that judgment, even though it disappointed some people. I think it was a good judgment, which now ensures that we have a credible elections. So I think IBC so far, in my professional opinion, they have complied well with that judgment. They have actually followed it, and there may be if somebody is aggrieved by this election and moves to court, there'll be very little chances of success of that petition. Because IBC have seriously tried, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So the petitions which were there in 2017 versus the ones which we may have now, we will have very few petitions which will succeed. Of course, anybody can move to court, but now the petitions which may succeed, in my opinion, will be very few.
Wakili, legally, Chebukati and his team have 7 days to do everything and finally give the final result. So just in any case, what happens if the 7th day arrives and Chebukati says that, there's some delays here and there, and therefore we cannot give the final tally? What happens? Because then it means he'll be going against the legal framework. What happens?
Actually, Victor, I was also asking myself the same question this morning. Because looking at Article 138 of the Constitution, it is very clear that the IBC commissioner, the chair, has only 7 days to declare the results. Only 7 days. So now, if they don't declare the results within 7 days, perhaps there will be no elections. There will be no results. Or maybe the elections may be repeated, in my opinion. Because you see, if the 7 days expire, then that will be past the constitutional timeline. And the constitution must be followed strictly. If the deadline was given by the Elections Act, then there would have been no issue. But I think the 7 days is to make sure that actually is enough time. Is to make sure that the country has to move on. Victor, after every election, there is normally a transition period, which is provided for in the Constitution. So that must be strictly adhered to.
All right. Wakili, probably before we head to Wajia, a quick one on the same that Victor is asking you. Of course, the commissioner, the IEBC chairperson has said, as Manyara has said, in terms of adding more tables, probably to aid the work. My only question is, you can add more tables. Do they have the latitude to add more personnel that they had not engaged previously in this exercise? In the sense that if they've not been their staff, do they have the latitude to employ temporary staff to help them with this job?
Kioria, the answer to that is in the affirmative. Because the IBC, they have the power to employ staff at any point. There's no law which says, after election is ongoing, you can't employ more. No, there's no law against that. So it is up to them, actually, and I agree with you, Kioria, that for them to make sure that they strictly adhere to the timelines, they must have more personnel. And actually that now will mean, if, for example, verification is done by several people, that will mean that they will also allow the candidates to also provide more agents. So that now they can be able, if for example, there are 10 desks which are doing verification, they can double to 20 If they double, it means automatically they have to allow the parties and their candidates to also have their agents at the verification table. So it is upon, because you see, the IBC, their mandate is to ensure that they adhere to the Elections Act and to the Constitution. So the only chance available to them here, Kiori, and I agree with you, is that they should add more personnel if they think the ones they have currently will not be able to verify all the results within the 7 days.
All right. Thank you very much, Wakili. Clearly, the IBC is walking a tightrope on this one. In the meantime, let's go over to Wajia. Yusuf Farah is on standby from Wajia with an update from the county. Yusuf, good morning. What's the latest from Wajia?
Well, indeed, a very good morning to you, John Jacob Kiore, back there at the broadcasting house. I am at the Wajir South Constituency Tallying Centre, and it's been quite a beehive of activities here for the past 48 hours, because this is where we were receiving the ballot papers from the respective polling stations, 162 to be specific, and they've been coming in. The tallying has been done, and right about now, the presidential tally has been completed, and I'd just like to bring our viewers up to speed with the numbers for the provisional presidential tally, and the number of registered voters here is 58,077, and we have ODM leader Raila Odinga leading with 19,847, followed by UDA's William Ruto, who has garnered 14,762. He's followed by Professor George Wajakoya of Roots Party, who has garnered 162 votes. And then we have Agano Party leader David Mori, who gathered 43 votes. So these are the numbers that have come in as far as the presidential tally is concerned. Of course, the IT team is working to get the numbers for the rest of the candidates. Remember, they are vying for different elective seats, and they're seeking to get the votes from the 58,077 candidates. For the presidential, however, there has been 321 rejected ballots, and the valid votes that stand are at 34,814. So of course, we do urge our viewers to stay on KBC Channel 1 as we bring the numbers as they stream in from here at Wajir South Constituency Tallying Centre. We will be able to bring them to you back at home. But for now, let me bring you back to the studio with John Jacob Kiore. Good morning. Thank you very much, Yusuf Farah from Wajir County. We will be coming back to you later, obviously, for an update on what is happening in Wajir. Let's bring it back to studio to talk about this election. Wakili, throwing this to you because there's been an allegation, and it's documented by the Jubilee Party yesterday. The Secretary General, Jeremiah Kioni, made quite some claims that they were rigged out of their positions in Mount Kenya in one way or another, and it's documented in that letter. My question to you is, at this point, within this window, what recourse exists for parties or candidates who think they were rigged out?
Thank you, Kioria, and I think to the benefit of all candidates, because I'm sure they are having the same question as to what remedy do they have in the event they feel aggrieved by the decisions of the IBC officials. And you see, Kioria, if you have a dispute or you have a complaint, you must give evidence. You must provide evidence. And currently, what the IBC can do is to, if you raise a complaint before the IBC, before the declaration of the results, what they can do is to order retallying. Yeah? But now the problem is, some people are raising issues of maybe you are saying my agents were kicked out in the polling station. I need the entire process to be repeated again. At this point, it is not possible, to be honest. Because at the point where the voting was being done, 6 to 5 p.m., if you had issues at that point, you had the duty to promptly take those issues to the ROs and the POs. So if you did not do that at that point, then you can't later complain and say, I want the election to be repeated. But if it is issues now, because currently what we are dealing with is issues of tallying. Issues of voting are overtaken by events. Yeah. Now it is issues of tallying.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you have any issues with how the voting was done, perhaps maybe you have evidence of bribery, or you have evidence of, because in some areas some candidates were saying IBC officials, yeah, were actually collaborating with some candidates,
yeah,
to do the rigging. The question is, do you have evidence to prove that? Because now that is now subject to a petition. Yeah. At this point, what IBC can do in their powers now, because petitions. When you look at the Elections Act, yeah, Section 74 of the Elections Act, where now the IBC has the power to hear some disputes. That is before election. Those disputes are normally nomination disputes. After election, IBC, after doing their job, they have no other power to make any other decision. The powers they have now is to maybe order recount or to tally again, yeah. But once the declaration form is given to the candidate, the successful candidate, then the work of the IBC ends there. And now you have to take your petition to court. And the act is very clear that after the elections, every aggrieved petition has to launch it immediately after the declaration, and then now the same will be determined within 6 months. So the issues of those candidates, the likes of Jeremiah Kioni, I think those are potential petitions. At this point, IBC have washed their hands, they have done their job. Yeah. So those are potential petitions against the IBC and the candidates who have been declared as winners.
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's some areas, for example, Mombasa and Kakamega, where the elected positions did not take place. That is the governor's seat and other parts of the country. So simply for the benefit of Mwananchi, now that the final results is within the 7-day timeline, can these elections be held outside the 7-day window period? As you know, Chebukati can say that these elections will be done probably in end of August or particular date in November or even December.
Actually, Victor and Kioria, what happens if an election in a certain area or certain position is postponed? Then the IBC is given 6 months. I mean, is given 60 days.
60 days, that is 2 months.
Yeah, that's 2 months.
Okay.
60 days to conduct the election. Yeah, so that is outside after these 7 days, and they declare everything. Then now after that they'll put a gazette and indicate the dates within those 60 days when the elections in those areas will be conducted. Yes, so it will not be within these 7 days. For the verification of the presidential results. Now that will be another election, because it has happened actually in several areas, even constituencies. Apart from now, Mombasa, Kakamega, I think I heard of Sotik, then there's even Kitui Rural, and several other even wards where they were not done. Yeah, so those will be fresh elections, which now IBC will do within 2 months.
But do they still enjoy absolute privilege, the governors, the MPs in their respective jurisdictions?
I think that's a very good question. Just like the president.
Yes.
The governors, like in Mombasa now, Hassan Joho, as we await for the election of the new governor, will not have absolute privilege.
Okay.
Actually, they can't even hire or fire at this point. It's just like the president. After, in case we go for a runoff, or maybe there's an election petition and fresh election is ordered, the president will just will be there with no absolute privilege. So the role of the governors now in Mombasa and Kakamega is just to manage the affairs as they are, without any absolute powers. Yes.
Okay.
It will be like a transition period, actually.
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
With this election, there's no doubt, Wakili, that this is an election that is too close to call. The candidates, particularly the two leading candidates, are neck to neck, if you were to say so. There are those toying with the idea that maybe a grand coalition government would suffice in a situation like this one.
You know, Kioria, a grand coalition depends on the circumstance. Because if I defeat you, Kioria, even with one vote, I have won. I have won. Because you see, there are several scenarios where this presidential election is taking us. Because some people are saying, I think, no, there will be a runoff. Because you see, looking at how the results are coming in, and clearly how they are neck to neck, yeah, you find a situation whereby none of them may attain 50% +1. Or now the other requirement of having 25% in at least half of the counties, 24 counties. I've seen, I think, from the results which have been in the media, at least as Raila has more than 25% in 27 counties. Yeah. So I think it's a very tricky situation. And actually, my word of advice to media houses, if you allow me, though the IBC chair allowed even media houses and any other institutions to do their own tallying. Yeah. Yeah. I think people are used to the media reporting the situation on the ground. Actually, in this situation, people are used to the media reporting what the IBC has said. But you see, when you see a situation whereby NTV is having their own results, KBC their own, Citizen their own, there's a lot of confusion, to be honest, currently as we speak. And that is the situation on the ground. Yeah. So I think the best thing at this point will be, because I know there is a platform where media houses engage jointly. I think if it is possible for them to move with the pace at which IBC is moving, I think that will heal the suspicion. Because you see now, if media house A is indicating that Raila is a winner, media house B is indicating that Ruto is a winner, then it may cause tension among the people. And now, if eventually person A is the winner, then the supporters of the other candidate will not be happy. They'll say, no, but according to what we saw here, this is the winner. That's why even for these candidates, I'm sure Azimio have their own tallying center, Kenya Kwanza have their own tallying center. Those tallying centers are supposed just to wait and cross-check whether they are in line. They are the same as the ones given by IBC. Yeah. And actually, they can be used in the event there's any election petitions as evidence. So I think as we speak, it is very tough. We may have a runoff, or maybe we may have a winner who may win with a slight margin. But as Keoria is saying, it is upon, and I think you heard Raila say that regardless of how the elections will be, he will shake hands with the opponent. And you saw Ruto say the same, but he said going to court will be an option. I think let's be prepared for any eventuality. And it's important that Kenyans be calm. Yeah, and we have seen the candidates are also calm. And we wait for the pronouncement by the IBC commissioner.
And I think to be fair to media, I think waking up this morning, you've realized most of the media houses have pulled down the results that we were showing. And what we are showing, particularly for us now, is the verified results by the IEBC. Because you realize all of us are casting different results. And you see one end of a country is celebrating, the other one is in gloom. 20 minutes later, the other side is celebrating, the other one is in gloom. And I think there's a way of curing that, and that is running with the verified results that you're seeing on your screen from the IEBC, Victor.
Okay. Big names falling by the wayside.
Yes.
Is it a shock?
It is a shock to them, but it was expected to some of them.
It was that's okay. Yes. Without mentioning them, because nobody was prepared to lose an election.
Yes,
right.
Yes, that's true. But you see, Victor and Keoria, we must be alive to Kenyan politics. It depends with the wave. Even Okambani people are saying Wiper, you will be swept. Whether you are a big name or you are strong, if it is in Nyanza, if you are against ODM, you'll be swept. Yeah, but where there is shock is in Mount Kenya specifically, where there's a lot of shock, because of course in Nyanza people knew, and many of the sitting candidates were ODM, so there's no big names falling. But look at Mount Kenya, look at actually Kisii and Nyamira are suppressing so many people. Yeah, so I think it is the wave. In Mount Kenya, for example, Jubilee, to be precise, they underestimated UDA. And of course, you have heard of those statements that saying, oh, you can't buy a Kikuyu. But I think we have seen that the Kikuyus were so determined to be in Kenya Kwanza. They were so determined. And I think they have shown it. in the election, because seeing somebody like Kiraito falling, even though he was defended by independent, Ngunji Kimani Ngujiri, you know how he defended the president, in Nyeri Town. Jeremiah Kioni, old SG of Jubilee, To be honest, even them, they knew the wave was strong, and even now, if you look at Kirinyaga, Waiguru knew that UDA wave is very strong, and she moved to UDA. Unfortunately, we are seeing that Ngirishi is taking it.
Basically, what's the message out of that? Because the inroads that UDA made in the central part of this country, as you said, was something to talk about. But what's the message out of that?
The message is that, and especially to politicians, you must be in the right party, depending on now where you come from. Because you may be a strong candidate, yes, but people also, our Kenyan voters, the way they reason. And of course, we can't remove this idea of 6Ps from them. Because a candidate, if it is Ruto, you go to Ruto and tell them, vote my people. Raila will do the same. In Ukambani, Honorable Kalonzo will do the same. So I think it is the mindset of our Kenyans, whereby sometimes they will elect a weak candidate because they are in the right party, according to them. But in some areas, you are seeing that people are electing even independent candidates. Actually, the majority party, if it is a party in quotes, will be the independent candidate. Because now the independent candidates will say, I'm not opposed to this kingpin. I am with him. I'm actually supporting him. So I think it is the party politics. You have seen in Kenya, they are saying there was the yellow fever. Which was now sweeping them. In Rift Valley, the same. So I think it is a lesson to learn. And in my opinion, Victor, if Kenya may grow as a democracy, and if we may have maybe like what happens in the US, where we have two parties, we agree it is A and B, without having several parties, and now we ensure that there is party democracy. Nominations are conducted fairly, because actually the reason why we have so many independent candidates is because the party nominations were not properly conducted.
Okay, before I give it to Kioria, Wakili, this place so close to your heart, Waipa and Ukambani. How did, perhaps people thought that Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka was not going to pull Ukambani? Just give us, a complete picture of what happened in Ukambani.
Thank you, Victor. I was actually waiting for that that question, because Waipa is dear to my heart as a Kenyan voter. And Victor, anybody who doesn't know Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka is the one who will underestimate him. For example, the three Ukambani governors, Ngilu of Kitui, Mutua of Machakos, Kibwana of Makueni, they underestimated Honorable Kalonzo. Where are they now? Kibwana lost. He vied for Senate, he lost to Dan Manzo. Mutua is confused. He doesn't know where he is. I saw him saying he is supporting Ovenya Ndeti for governor. Ngilu, she ran away. She said, no, me, I'm okay. I think I saw her when Regina was your colleague was submitting. I saw her at Bomas. She says she has gone to support Baba in the national elections. Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, Victor and Kioria commands the entire Lower Eastern.
There was some messages on social media that the entire Ukambani is Waipa. How true? Could you please confirm or deny?
I can confirm that, especially with the governor, 100% Waipa, senator, 100% Waipa, women rep, 100% Waipa. For MPs, 90% Waipa for MPs.
Okay.
Yes, for MCAs, 60% Waipa. Because you see, for MCAs, there were a lot of independents who were saying, I'm still in Waipa, but I'm independent.
Okay.
So generally, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka delivered 90%.
90%. Okay, Kyore, we'll come back to that one so that you can give us more details on what really happened. Kyore?
All right. Wakili, I want to
to take you back to the process.
Yes.
Because yesterday, and I think our question was posed to the commission, in Old Kibra Primary School, where Raila Odinga voted, Form 34A disappeared. Question is, and I think IBC tried to address it, but not so many Kenyans understood it. So you have the opportunity right now to break it down for us. The original Form 34A was mishandled, probably by the returning officer. What physical form then will the IEBC be relying on to collect results today? And number two, second part of our question is, the officer said to have mishandled or misplaced this form. What action is taken against them at this point?
Thank you, Kiora. That's a good question, because this is happening to so many other positions where now the physical forms, they don't get to the tallying center. Anything can happen in Kiora. Maybe the vehicle transported them can can have an accident. Maybe they are destroyed by fire, or maybe it rains. Yeah, that is why there is this electronic transmission of the forms. And now, for example, now in the issue of Kibra constituency, the agents are supposed to have a copy of the form where they have signed, and now the IBC are supposed to have the electronic version of the form. So where there's no physical form, now it becomes the work of the agents and the IBC officials to confirm the electronic one, whether it is the genuine one. If there are issues, of course, because there's no way we can have another election to get another Form 34A, then that becomes an election petition. But now this becomes now the role of the returning officer and the party agents to agree. They have to agree. If they fail to agree, IBC automatically will adopt their electronic version of the Form 34A. That is what will happen.
All right.
Yes.
The action that will be taken against the official who misplaced, and it is not just happening in Old Kibra. I think even in Nzoia constituency, something like that has happened. So what action is taken against such an official?
Some actions may be civil, others may be criminal. Because if the IBC official, for example, is bribed by a candidate and there's evidence to that effect, or maybe genuinely they misplace, or the form is destroyed without their knowledge or without their control, then it is now the discretion of the IBC to impose disciplinary measures upon them. Yeah. But now, if IBC does not do that, they don't even put any disciplinary measures upon those officials, then now those officials become witnesses. They can actually become respondents in the petition. If you are convinced that Victor, who was the presiding officer in KBC polling station, colluded with a candidate, and the form disappeared, then Victor, on his own now as a person, not as IBC, becomes a respondent, and action will be personally taken against Victor.
All right.
Not against the entire commission.
All right. Yes. Before I hand it back to Victor, still on the same, because particularly in a constituency like Nzoia, for example, in Kirinyaga County, and these are allegations, so I want us to deal with them as allegations, that the returning officer for Nzoia constituency, for example, is nowhere to be seen. So what happens in such a situation?
In such a situation, Kioria, you know, the returning officers and even clerks and presiding officers, they are IBC officials. So, and of course, they have their engagement with IBC commission. So, if the returning officer disappears from their employer, which is IBC, and they are supposed to deliver the results or some of the forms, then the IBC will put actually a criminal complaint against them for the police to look for them and charge them. Yeah. So I think it becomes now an employer-employee issue if the returning officers or even POs, if they disappear. It is an employer-employee issue. But now for the candidate who has been affected, when they launch a petition, then now that particular returning officer becomes a respondent. on their own individual capacity. But now on the issue of them disappearing, it is employee issue. So it is for the ABC as the employer to take action against them. What the candidate want, because a returning officer, Kyoria, can maybe in the course of their duty, they may fall sick. And now they may be replaced because they are not working in their individual capacity. It is the position. They can even be replaced along the way. If somebody has an emergency or personal issue, there can be another returning officer who is now deployed to carry the duty, because all the officer should do is to ensure that the results are transported and transmitted to the tallying center.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. The picture you're seeing on your screen, those are live pictures from the Bomas of Kenya, where full attention will be, full focus will be on today as the different returning officers will be submitting Form 34Bs on the second day of tallying at the Bomas of Kenya. It's a big half of activity, and according to what Regina said earlier on, it's a tedious process, and most people had to burn the midnight oil. People traveling far and wide, as far as Mandera, Lamu, name it, to the National Tallying Center for verification processes. And remember, this is where now Chebukati will have to verify all the forms brought at the National Tallying Center before they are displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And according to them, at this particular point, Chebukati cannot alter anything on the paper, right?
No, it cannot. Because after the forms have been verified, then the presidential agents at the tallying center will sign against them. So, and after signing, now they are now published. So he can't alter anything.
Right.
Actually, what can be altered is before now they are. Actually, their work is not to alter anything.
IEBC.
Yes, even Chebukati, their duty is just to check, the way your colleague said, Regina, where there are human errors only. If, for example, the soft copy which came, you saw 14, and it's supposed to be 114. Now you look at the physical one, the original one. Those are the things which now they will correct, but they will not correct anything at all in the Form 34A. They will not correct anything. They will not amend anything. They are supposed to just look at it, verify, post, publish.
So what is this human error? Is it limited to certain areas in the form?
No, human error is only on what you see. If, for example, in Kibra constituency, or let's use KBC.
For example, the total tally is 34.
Yes.
That's an example.
Yes.
And there's another one saying 24. That's a human error.
No, not another one. They are verifying the electronic form and the physical form, not a different form. If the electronic form is indicating 34, but now maybe the person who saw it, when some of them are being scanned by phone and sent through WhatsApp.
Yes.
So it is not clear.
Right.
If now the original comes and you confirm, no, it is not 34, it is 24, then now you correct that in the system. Okay. You feed in. Actually, the reason why they are asking for the electronic form, because initially before, Victor, you remember, everything was manual. So the tallying began after the forms physically arrive at the tallying center. That is when verification used to start. But now, to ensure efficiency, we have the electronic one and the physical one, just to cross-check, to confirm. But Chebukati cannot change anything. Even their work is just to verify. These are the results, because the results, Victor, according to the law, is declared in the polling station, they are final.
Yeah.
They are final at that point.
Tell me something, Wakili,
Yes.
because there's a unique situation, for example, that can crop up. For example, let's say John Jacob Kyoria gets 191 votes in this polling station called KBC. Victor Olo gets about 20, Zipporah gets 5, and Mary gets 2. And my agents sign against this form. So does Olo's and everybody's agent sign. So it is the presiding officer now has to sign. And somewhere in the middle, because probably of compromise, as he takes the picture, he adjusts this one from 91. It looks like 991. Takes the photo, it is transmitted into the portal. Yet, the number of voters who are supposed to vote in a polling station are 700. So this one candidate has already, his results have been entered as 991. Now plus another 20, plus another 5, plus 2, that goes way above the 700 votes that were in a polling station. Are you saying then that the IEBC chairperson cannot flag out such inconsistencies, that his work is just to tally the votes and say, here is what is in this image, here is what is in this physical form, so we count them as they are?
Kyoria, that's a very interesting situation which you have given us, and actually it is happening in some areas. But remember, at the polling station, we have the party agents or the candidate agents. If the results for Kyoria was 191 and your agent took a photo of that form, yeah, and now, as you have said, the presiding officer, the form which he or she is transmitting to the tallying center, they had it, yeah, and maybe put, as you've said, 991, for example, and sent. Now it is the duty of the returning officer and the agents at the tallying center to verify, yeah. Now, if this form comes and clearly you can see it is edited, the 1 and the 9, you can clearly see, yeah. And now we look at the evidence given by the party agents, where they are saying no, what the original form is this one. We have a copy. We have a copy. Then now, in such a situation, IBC will have the returning officer will have a discretion, because their duty is to verify what is in the form. The electronic form is the same result in the physical form.
All right.
Yeah, and that's why Kyoria, these forms after. And I think it's very important for the candidates to know this. After tallying, these forms are put in a box and sealed. So the question is, at what point will the PO change? So it means, as Kyoria said, some people failed to kulinda kura. So the agents must do their job. Lazima walinde kura, whereby they have to be alert and make sure that the form which they have signed is the form which has been inserted, yeah, in the box and sealed, or rather, because sometimes they give those envelopes, it is put in the envelope and sealed, and now it should be transported to the tallying center as it is. But now, Kyoria,
yes,
if along the way something happens, so anything can, because I heard in some situations, Victor, some presiding officers, instead of using the official vehicle to transport the materials, are using their personal vehicles. Some even being transported by some candidates. Uko mashinani, if you go there, you'll see very funny situations. Yeah, so maybe along the way, something happens. But remember, Kyoria,
yes,
that this form is transmitted, is sent to the RO while the PO is at the polling station. So the PO will take a photo there in the presence of the agents and now transmit it to the RO. So that means what will be in the electronic version will be the same as what the party agents have. So now the difference will be on the physical one. If they change the physical one along the way, then now, and of course, if the electronic version indicates 191, as you have said, and the party agents also have the same version, then that electronic version will carry the day. Because it will mean the physical one was tampered with.
Curia?
Absolutely. The pictures on your screen, they have disappeared a bit, but we'll be putting them up again. The results from Wajia constituency, the returning officer there is about to announce the results, and we'll be heading there in a bit. But coming back to you, Wakili, before we throw it to Victor, something gets me wondering. In a clear process as this, like you have explained, even in terms of verification, because it's quite a clear and watertight process, as you explain. How then, if you go to court, how then will you dispense with the burden of proof in issues of rigging? Because you allege rigging, how then will you dispense with the burden of proof if this process appears this watertight?
Exactly, and that will be now the challenge. Because, you know, if you put a petition, you must support your petition. And of course, the courts will rule on a balance of probabilities. And you know, in criminal cases, where you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt in criminal cases. But these are a civil case. It's an election petition. So the court, you know, the court is a defender of human rights. And the court ensures justice. Yeah? And the court will look at the balance of probabilities. If you allege that there was rigging, anybody can say no. Nobody accepts loss. Yeah, apart from a few like Nixon and Correa who have conceded. Yeah, everybody who says I was rigged out, I was about to win, my agents were thrown away. So if you go to court, and this is my professional advice to all potential petitioners.
Yes.
You must gather your evidence. Even some of them who are calling me, I'm telling them, please gather your evidence, and then now let us discuss after declaration of the results.
Okay.
Because as a lawyer, I have to look at the evidence you have and advise you accordingly. If I can see you don't have evidence at all, then why should I advise you to waste your time in going to court? Because you'll be given cost of that particular petition. So what the petitioner should do is to gather evidence. If you have seen elements of rigging, and of course rigging can be done by the candidates or even election officials, because I've heard in some polling stations, some clerks were giving 2 ballot papers to supporters of certain candidates. The question is, do you have evidence for that? And remember, Curia, if you are given 2 ballot papers and the agents are there kulinda kura, as you insert them in the box, there's no way you can insert them separately. It means you will stuff them together. So now, during tallying, it is the work of your agents. Your agents should have said, no, these are stuffed and they are removed. They are not counted. So now, if your agents did not linda kura yako, and of course, you have no evidence to show that this clerk gave 2 ballot papers, unless you take a photo, or maybe those clerks confess, or maybe the voter confesses, and you have no evidence, then you have no case. Okay. But issues of bribery, somebody bribed supporters, and you take photos, that's good evidence. But you can't just say, my agents were chased away by the PO, and that's why the votes were stuffed. Where is the evidence? You need to have complained to the PO, even have evidence that your supporters were chased away. And of course, in some situations, like Curia and Victor, it may be difficult to give enough evidence. So now it becomes the discretion of the court to look at the case, and every case is different. It becomes the discretion of the court to now make a decision on a balance of probabilities. Because the court, if you bring the witnesses to testify, maybe the PO or the clerk, and they are cross-examined, and of course they do that on oath, you can be able to identify this person is telling the truth. Because some of the situations, it is now for the petitioners to cross-examine the IBC officials. Because in many situations, they have no evidence at all. In many situations, they have no evidence at all. But now it is a duty of IBC to ensure credible elections. And that's why you'll find many IBC officials on the dock giving evidence. So now, the court will have a tough job of now making a decision on a balance of probabilities. Because everybody will say, I was rigged out. I was rigged out. The question is, how? Can you prove? But as we speak, Kyoria and Victor, IBC have tried. And actually, when I was advising because Wiper Democratic Movement is my client, I advised them to be guided by Section 30, subsection 2 of the Elections Act, and allow every party candidate to have their own agent. Because ordinarily, Kyoria, it is parties themselves or independent candidates who give agents. Ordinarily, that is what happens.
Yes.
But now, to ensure that the votes are properly guarded, I even advised my client, we wrote to IBC. We asked for their opinion because we told them that we want because Section 30, subsection 2 of the Elections Act provides that, if we go to subsection 1, it provides that a party or independent candidate may appoint agents to the polling stations. Then subsection 2 says, if the party does not appoint agents, then individual candidates can appoint their own agents. And it is upon that subsection where I advised my client, all Wiper candidates, to have their own agents. And in some situations, the rooms were even small and full of agents. But it is the right of those candidates to have their agents there. And actually, the POs did not chase away agents. But in some situations, the POs chased away party agents. Now it is upon the candidate to prove that this agent was properly appointed, because some of them does not know the procedure of appointing an agent. I tried to advise them, but some could not even follow the advice strictly. So if you do not properly appoint your agent, and remember the elections regulations provide that the party agents must be submitted 14 days. But now, for individual candidates agents, they must be submitted with 48 hours to the election. If you submit your list past the deadline, for candidates it's 48 hours, maybe you submit now a day before, then automatically the PO will be justified in not admitting those agents in the polling station. So, but now, if you submitted your list of agents on time, and they are chased away, and you go to court, you can say, my agents, because you have the right to agents. They are the complainant will have a good case in court. And actually the court may order elections in those areas. And to be honest, we may have actually several by-elections. In
this election?
In this election. We may have several. Believe you me, Victor. Because now, with the opportunity given to candidates by the IBC, and I commend the chair for the good job, of ensuring that, of allowing candidates to have their own, because we wrote to them and they allow, because now the IBC can even say no, because as much as we have the Elections Act, the Constitution is supreme. They can quote the Constitution and say no, just party agents, but they allowed, and also they allowed agents to even take photos of the forms in the polling station. I think they did their job, but now the other officials, maybe the clerks or the POs, may be compromised, and that is the reality. If somebody has a genuine complaint, let them take those complaints to the court. And according, if you look at the Elections Act, Section 75, if it is governor, for example, you take to the High Court, the nearest High Court. If it is MCA, resident magistrate courts. If it is MP, senator, women rep, to the High Court. Of course, presidential, Supreme Court. So the judiciary is there also to ensure that the political right of every Kenyan is safeguarded.
Okay.
Yes.
Actually, something quite, not so similar to what we'll be talking about, the legal matter now. There seems to be a big or a loud silence from the big four, so to speak. But let me now write down to the top two. That is Honorable Raila Odinga and Deputy President William Ruto. According to what we've been seeing online, and even the reporters are out there, as at yesterday there was some signs of a press conference, and at some point it was called off. All of them were called off, rather. What do you think is running through their minds right now? Because from Tuesday, today is Friday, no word from them.
And actually, that was the best decision by them. After voting, what should they say? They should not even say anything. The people who should be now active in this process are their agents.
Yes.
That's why they have their agents. Yeah, because they should not comment actually anything, because that would be part of, if there is violence, and God forbid, and maybe it is attributed to some statements by these candidates, then they will be culpable. So I think even as on the legal point of view, they should just stay at home with their families. Many of them were campaigning without having time for their families. Let them stay at home with their families.
So this is where you say that kila mtu afanye kazi
yake. Let the agents do their job. But of course, Victor and Kyoria, don't expect the candidates to be sleeping. They are actually even working much harder.
They're working from home.
They're working from home. No, with this COVID, they're working from home. Because you see now, and of course I saw the preparations by Azimio to have their
conference. And even UDA side.
And UDA side, actually I saw at the Aslas Mansion and at the KCC for the Azimio, I saw they had prepared. Of course, they are waiting to hear what, remember Chebukati was to address the nation yesterday at 4. Yeah. They are waiting, maybe they wanted to react. Because when the chair makes a formal address, then there is something which can also be responded to by candidates. Because remember, he is the returning officer for the presidential election. So the big silence is good. It means they are working. What is more important is for the candidates, especially now the top two, because already we know it is either Raila or Ruto. That one we know. Yeah, so it is upon them now to ensure that their agents are doing a good job, and monitor from wherever they are. But now making statements like this, because I saw even my senior Sifuna making some statements, we should not be making statements at this point. Let the IBC do its job without any interference. Because you see, if you make some reckless statements and something happens maybe and you launch a petition, even the court will look at you and say, even you are careless. Yeah. So I think what they should do is to wait, let them comment on the statements by IBC. If Chebukati comes up with another formula, maybe he changes some of the rules, then they have the right to comment. But as for now, Victor and Kyoria, I think it is best of them to just
stay away and work from home.
Wakili, I have a quick one on the process, because I'm sure you observed the 2017, and of course advising a serious political figure in the name of Kalonzo Musyoka obviously puts some responsibility on you. You saw the election in 2013. There's no doubt there's an improvement, a lot of improvement in the transmission of results in 2022 as compared again to 2017. But from a legal perspective, do you think there's tightening that needs to be done, either legally or in terms of technology, to tighten the credibility of an election?
Yes, Kyoria. And I've always, when Victor was hosting me here before the elections, I was telling him, and I was advising IBC on air and telling them they must do, and of course it is not their duty, but there must be proper civic education. Because to be honest, Kyoria, there are so many Kenyans who don't know how to vote.
What?
They'll put a tick for who they want and an X for who they don't want. Those are rejected votes. But more importantly, Kyoria, and this one I will state it as my opinion as a Kenyan, there were so many Kenyans who were prevented from voting because maybe you traveled up country, but you took your vote in Nairobi, you had no chance to transfer. Now with the technology, and we have the KIMS kit, why should you be, and of course if they improve the technology and ensure that it is fully digital, let every Kenyan be allowed to vote wherever they are. Even if I travel out of the country and there's a polling station in the embassy, the nearest embassy, I can go there and vote. I shouldn't be told, go to Sekuru where you come from. So I think with regards to protecting the right to vote, as per Article 38 of the Constitution, I think that needs to be done. Because, of course, if we continue being manual, it means a PO cannot have the entire register for the entire country for you to be allowed to vote manually. Yeah? On the issue of now the voting process, yeah, and you have seen in some situations, especially the MCA seats, there are so many names. They're even close to 30 names. Yeah, and of course, it is their right to be allowed to participate, and it is the right of now the voters to vote. Yeah, so the IEBC, and from looking at what they did, it was so organized. Yeah, whereby you are seeing the ballot, the color of the ballot paper is matching with the ballot box, very organized. So now, if the voter is confused, the IEBC have done their job. Because if I compare 2017 and now, and actually, if you remember, there were long queues in 2017. Yeah, very long queues. People going to the polling station at 5 a.m. They are voting at noon. Yeah, but this time round, it was very swift. But of course, it was also being delayed by some of the voters not being identified by the KIMS kit. So there were those kind of delays. Yeah, but it is something which needs to be improved. And then you see some of these polling clerks, they are employed maybe a month to the election. Yeah, maybe some of them are not even qualified. They're not properly trained. So I think it is upon IBC to ensure that they properly train the polling officials, because at least for the ROs, yes, and the commissioners, I think it should be around a permanent job, yeah, whereby they are given a contract.
Right.
But for yes,
let's take a break, and perhaps Kiore, you can take us to ground zero.
Absolutely. Quite an interesting turn here. And of course, we'll be trying to link up with Ruth Wamboi, who is in Starehe. There's a commotion a bit in Starehe. The results are not yet announced in Starehe constituency at Jamhuri High School. And probably Ruth Wamboi will paint the picture for us of what is happening in Starehe. But right about now at the Nav Center is Serafina Robi, who joins us live from the Bomas of Kenya. Serafina Robi, good morning. Quite some activity behind you. Could you kindly give us a quick update on what is happening?
Indeed, a very good morning, John Jacob Courier, coming to you live from the Nav Center of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, where we are at the auditorium, where, as you said, you're able to see a lot of activities going on here at the auditorium, where we have seen a number of agents representing different political parties as the verifications of Form 34A and 34B is going on. And as the chair of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Wafula Chebukati, had indicated yesterday, is that the returning officers have started coming to this particular place, bringing the physical forms of Form 34A and 34B, which are then being verified by the IEBC official, and thereafter the report is written and handed over to the chair, who is Wafula Chebukati, who is able to then declare the results. As of now, what you can see on the screens that are inside the auditorium is that William Ruto is leading with about 50.63%, followed by Raila Odinga at 48.29%, and then we have George Wajia at 0.79%, and Wahiga David Maure at 0.26%. Well, Curia with Aaron Chariot, who is also here at the auditorium, to just get his views on how they've seen the process going on, and to also give us his observation. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Yes, what's your observation so far?
Well, so far so good. I'm satisfied with the process this far. I like what IBC is doing. When the constituency returning officer arrives with Form 34A, which are the forms of the station, and the collated results from the constituency, the 34Bs, they take one station. We have our agents placed there. So far, I think they have verified up to 16 constituencies, and out of those, we haven't found any discrepancy with what we have at our other tallying centers, our own. That is at the party headquarters and our presidential command center. So basically, we are satisfied with the process this far. The only concern is the speed at which this is being done. It's quite slow. IBC have promised us that this morning, you can see there about, I think, 7 or 8 workstations. They have said they want to increase them to 12 so that the work can move in a bit faster. I'm told a good number of returning officers have actually arrived with their results. They're now just waiting to get a table so that they can begin the verification process. So far the process is thorough. It meets the threshold of what a proper scrutiny of a free and fair election, at least up to this far. What I have seen, I am satisfied, and I hope we stay that way up to the 291st constituency. Then the election winner can be declared.
I believe you're representing Kenya Kwanza. So how are the results so far on your side?
They have all tallied with what we have at our... We have 3 independent verifying centers of our own who have sent us results from the 46,000 plus polling stations across the country. We have done our tallies. We know we have won, but we await the decision. The election has to be called by IEBC. The thing that we are happy about is that up to now there hasn't been a single variation between what was reported at the polling station and what is being brought here. We hope that there had been fears and rumors yesterday that probably somebody may try to change or do the other, but up to this point there is nothing of the sort that we have seen. So what you have seen brought here is exactly what was announced at the polling station up to this point, and we are satisfied, and we hope it stays that way until the end.
Comparing this election to the previous elections, how would you rate the level of transparency that the IEBC has given different political parties? What I would say, the thing that sets this election apart is the decision to upload the Form 34As from the polling station immediately counting was done. That public portal of the 46,229 Form 34As, the minute they were made public, it made life very difficult. You remember, if you go back, and you can go back to 2007, 2013, even 2017, there were all these issues about, oh no, this is not what was announced at the polling station. But immediately you count and you upload. At that point, many people hadn't thought about, oh, you need to change this. That the little games that the different people who try to sabotage elections do is that once they do the independent tally and they realize they are short of, like, this is a close election, that's the truth. We know our candidate has won, but it's not with a very big margin. So you find people try to be mischievous and say, oh, if you can get raise 1,000 here and the other, they try and piece them together. In this election, that's nearly impossible because of the uploading of the 34As. Immediately counting was done at the polling stations, and that has been what has made this election safer. The only issue, and there was a meeting last night between our agents and IEBC, and this matter came up, is what will happen when there is a discrepancy between a physical form brought here and the uploaded one. The law, as per the IEBC Act that we passed, this must be around, I think, the 2016 one, is that when there is a discrepancy between the electronically transmitted one and the physically brought here, the returning officer, that's the chairman of IEBC, has a legal obligation to verify and find that which represents what was announced at the polling station. And that is what will carry the day. Of course, there'll be a whole process about it, calling of agents, seeing the copies that agents were handed. Remember, all agents were handed copies of the 34s is in at least most of the stations, not all of them. In certain places, there were difficulties here and there. But in most of the stations, that's what was given. That has made life extremely difficult for anyone who tries to manipulate this election. So once that matter was determined yesterday, and the chair said we will take it through a thorough audit so that we establish why there's a variation between the form that was announced at the polling station and what was uploaded to the portal. And of course, what is announced at the portal also has a timestamp and other security features. So it's more difficult and nearly impossible to tamper with than the physical one. Though even the physical one, part of what is being done here
is to check many of these, all these forms actually have got very high-level security features, watermarks that are hidden and the rest, which to sit down and have the master to have the presence of mind to carry out a forgery of the same is not something very easy. But we know that we are facing people who might not easily want to concede, so we will remain to be vigilant. Yeah.
We've seen also early celebration. What does this indicate from different both political parties?
I don't know. It could just be the political play. Everybody's trying to psych up their supporters. You don't want to be seen as if you gave up early. But between us and them, they know the truth. That's why you saw the drama of the things they are trying to do. They're making life impossible for IEBC staff. Remember, when their candidate, when the tally that is being done independently by media had their candidate leading, they didn't have a problem. But later, when the process moved almost to completion, they started saying the media houses have been hacked. So it tells you that they know the truth. Once they raise a complaint against the media, I can tell you, I know for a fact, and that's why I have come here this early, that in the next few hours, you'll see them coming to try and disorient IBC. But we want to plead with IBCs to stay firm and not accept to be intimidated by anyone. Let them just do their job independently.
Okay, as we wind up, how many agents does Kenya Kwanza have at this auditorium?
That's the other issue. That's the other issue. The reason you can see the desks are empty is that most of our agents, about maybe 30 of them, they have worked the last 24 hours without taking a break. We have agents who are waiting outside, but the accreditation process is quite difficult. So we have people willing to come and do the job, but they don't have IBC accreditation. Nobody foresaw that it was going to take this long to do a verification. So if IBC can quickly verify our agents who are outside, we will begin the verification. As it is right now, you can see people are idling on the tables.
You're the only agent around so far?
No. I'm not an agent. I'm an observer. But our agents are seated on the table, those who have been able to change shift. But there's a bigger group that is outside who haven't been accredited. And I guess that goes for both sides of the divide. You can see that's why the tables are empty. That's why the returning officers are sleeping on the chairs, because there's no desk that has been set up for them to begin their work. If that can be sorted, it will make this work a bit more easier.
Have you raised that with the IEBC?
Yeah. They're addressing it. They've said they're working on accreditation of all those agents. Like I've told you, they also want to increase the workstations. They want to move it to about 12 workstations, so that every swoop they do 12. Remember, they have 291 or 92, 292 stations, and as we speak, they have done only 12. So there's a whole 208, and I think they've announced only 6 or 7, if I'm not wrong. So there's a whole day of work ahead of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, John Jacob Courier and Victor, as well as Jane, as you've heard from Aaron Chariot, just giving us a breakdown from the Kenya Kwanza side on how they're seeing things here at the auditorium at the Bomas of Kenya, which is the now center for the IEBC, saying that right now the only problem they're experiencing is that some of their agents and observers have been locked out of the gate because they do not have accreditation, and they're now calling on the IEBC to step up and try to find a solution for that. As we had shown you the pictures here at the auditorium, is that we are able to see a couple of IEBC officials already here at the main center where they're supposed to be in order to verify the forms 34A and 34B, as some of the returning officers have already arrived even as of yesterday, and we continue to await to get now the official communication from the chair, who is Wafula Chebukati, to get to understand how many constituencies have already, how many returning officers from a different constituency have been able to arrive at this particular place, and how many of those Form 34A and 34B have been able to be verified. As I had told you earlier on, is from the screens here at the Bomas of Kenya, is that we are able to see that William Ruto is leading with a 50.63%, followed by Raila Odinga at 48.29%, and then George Wajakoya at 0.79% and Wahiga David Maure at 0.26%. Well, we'll continue to follow up on the updates that are being put on the display screens and we'll be able to update you as we await for the chair of Wafula Chebukati and the other commissioners to come and address us. Back to you, Kuria.
Good one. You've talked to Aaron Cheriot of Kenya Kwanza. I see Paul Mwangi behind you. Probably at a link later, you can try also get Paul Mwangi to speak to us also about the process and how they think the process is faring. If it is possible now, but of course I see he's a little bit far. It is not possible to get him, but probably later you can get him. But as I let you go, Serafina, looking at the process, because you're witnessing what is ongoing, how do you estimate, or when do you estimate this process will end, in your own estimation?
Well, from what we heard from the chair of IBC, who is Wafula Chebukati, yesterday, he was able to tell us that they are expecting to have all the returning officers to come with the forms 34A and 34B to this particular place, bring the forms, and then thereafter they will be verified from this particular place. Then after verification, they'll be able to record them, and then after they're recorded, they'll be able to do an analysis so as to get to determine for the presidential results whoever will win, on whether they've been able to attain the 50+1 vote, and also if they've been able to get half of at least 24 constituencies, they've been able to win from at least half of the votes from at least 24 counties. And therefore this means that since we've not been able to see all the returning officers yet to arrive here at the Bomas of Kenya, this means then that we expect them to come today, which is on Friday, and maybe the verification will take place today and tomorrow probably, and thereafter maybe we expect the results to be declared either on Saturday, Sunday or Monday, given that the chair, Wafula Chebukati, was able to tell us that they have a timeline of about 7 days to declare the results from the original voting day, which was on the 9th, Tuesday. So this will probably be either from tomorrow, from Saturday or Sunday or Monday.
You have a question for Serafina?
Thank you so much. Perhaps just one thing, the way we said, get Paul Mwangi. We also need to get from him to balance the other side. Serafina, continue bearing the cold. Hata si pia tuko kazi huku.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Serafina Robi. Of course, with an update from the Bomas of Kenya. We'll be linking up with her later. She is our appointment at the Bomas of Kenya. Thank you very much. Now we head over to Nzoia County. The results of the gubernatorial position are out. This footage is from earlier.
The powers conferred to me by the Constitution of Kenya, I want to hereby declare that George Natembea of ID number 10857919 has been duly elected as the county governor for Nzoia County. In the elections held on the 9th day of August 2022. Kwa hivyo tunatumia kidogo, tupatia tu nafasi kidogo aseme machache.
Ningependa kwanza kuchukua nafasi hii niwashukuru sana wananchi wa Nzoia kwa hii heshima ambayo wamenipa nikuwe kiongozi wao kwa miaka mitano ambayo niko na hakika kwamba yale mambo yote ambayo tumekuwa tunaongea katika kampeni tutatekeleza kikamilifu. Ningependa pia kushukuru familia yangu, nikushukuru mke wangu na watoto wangu watatu kwa ile support ambayo wamenipatia. Pia ningependa kuwashukuru sana wale watu ambao tunafanya nao kwa ofisi yangu ya kampeni, ikiwemo timu ya media, timu ya security, timu ya protocol, timu ya welfare. Na pia niwashukuru sana wale viongozi wengine ambao wamekuwa nasimamia masuala ya kampeni katika sub-county zetu 5 na pia katika ward zetu 25. Wamekuwa watu ambao wamekuwa waaminifu sana, wametufanyia kazi nzuri. Ningependa pia kuwashukuru professionals, wakiwemo walimu wetu wote wa KUPPET, wa NAT, KEPSHA ambao tumeshikana sana. Over 90% ya walimu wamekuwa katika kampeni hii. Ningependa kuhakikishia ya kwamba hii ndio mwanzo wa safari ya kukomboa Trans Nzoia. Tunajua kaunti yetu mahali ipo sahihi na mwanzo atakana kwenda. Ningependa tu kuwaomba wakazi wa Trans Nzoia kwamba ile kazi ambayo iko mbele ni nzito, lakini inawezekana. Tukishikana pamoja, tusaidiane na tukoparate, lakini mambo yatakuwa mazuri. Ili tuondoe kaunti yetu mahali ipo namba 47 ikuje. Nawashukuru sana kwa kukaa hapa kuanzia mchana mpaka sasa imefika asubuhi, mmevumilia. Idhirisho kamili kwamba natembea bila nimesema hii ni project wananchi, kweli ni project wananchi. Jambo la mwisho ni kumshukuru yule alikuwa mpinzani wangu kabisa wa karibu, Bwana Chris Omalo, kwa kukubali matokeo ya uchaguzi huu. Vile watu nasema kwamba uchaguzi sio uadui, ni fursa tu wananchi wanapewa kuchagua viongozi. Amekubali, amekonzidi, na mimi najua atajoin wakazi wengine wa Trans Nzoia katika kujenga kaunti yetu.
George Natembeya, he is the former regional commissioner for Rift Valley, now will be at the helm of affairs in Trans Nzoia County as the governor elected on a DAP Kenya party, trouncing Chris Wamalo of the Ford Kenya party. And it appears like the contest between Eugene Wamalo and Moses Wetangula has been sorted somehow, with Wetangula starting himself but in Bungoma, and Eugene Wamalo asserting himself in Trans Nzoia, but not quite really, because I understand the senator from Trans Nzoia is from UDA, but that contest appears to have been settled. Victor, over to you. Natembeya ametembea kwa kiti ya ugavana.
Yes, sir. The comic relief with Kenyans. Yes, sir. Everything is yes, sir. I mean, you have just to make it fun. I mean, there is no serious issue about it. And coming back to Wakili here, exactly what Senator Chiruyo talked about is what we've been discussing here in studio. The issue of the discrepancy.
Yes.
Which have also been asked by Sarafina, the discrepancy from the physical form brought by the returning officer and the one that uploaded. And now you could hear that they've also raised that question, that what if?
Yes.
Yes. And perhaps this is where there is some heat being generated at the Bomas of Kenya. Exactly.
The heat will come from that discrepancy.
Yes.
Because if things go as they're supposed to be, there should be no discrepancy. But listening to my senior, Senator Cheriot, and he has quoted the law very well, is that with the security features which have been put on those forms, it becomes, and actually that will answer Kioria's issue, which he had about now, what happens if the form that 4A and even the B are interfered with along the way. Yeah. So now, if the electronic form is different from the physical, then now it becomes the duty of the returning officer in the presence of the agents to make a decision. The decision must be made before the results are announced. Whether the decision is to disqualify or maybe to to take it as it is, or with the agreement of the agents, choose one particular form. It becomes the RO's discretion. But as I said earlier, whatever is transmitted electronically should be whatever is in the physical form. It should be. If there is any discrepancy, and of course when the forms are being transported, it is assumed they are transported by the IBC officials and security personnel. Of course, I don't know whether it is possible to have the agents in those vehicles, but sometimes they demand to have at least one agent in those vehicles when they're being transported. If there are any issues, in my opinion, it is easy to interfere with the physical form.
Yes.
But the electronic form, and as I saw it when I was observing the elections, the photo is taken there and there when the agents are looking, and it's transmitted, and the time is even indicated. And there are security features. So it is not easy to interfere. But of course, some people are saying they are hackers who are, and of course you saw that whole drama yesterday when some people were being arrested at Bomas. They are saying they are hackers who can hack the IBC system and interfere with the electronic forms. That's why, of course, we have the physical form. So let's hope, as my senior Cheriot said, let's hope that everything will go on smoothly. And I haven't had any complaint by either the Azimio team or the Kenya Kwanza team. So it means IBC is doing a good job so far. Let's hope there will be no because but I think, as we said earlier, they need to increase their personnel. To be honest, and I noted Senator Cheriot's complaint that they are very slow.
And actually, he said that IBC planning to increase more desks to perhaps 12 now.
Yes, they have to. And that issue of the agents, and I remember I wrote to the IBC myself on Wednesday, asking them, actually sorry, on Tuesday evening after the elections, they had not approved the party agents who were supposed to be, even observers, who were supposed to be at Bomas. Because they are supposed to be given badges. And now at the same time, they are going on with the process. And now as you speak, and you've heard Senator Cheriot say, their agents are still outside awaiting verification, and the process inside is ongoing. So IBC, I think at this point, should enhance their efficiency in terms of how they are handling this process. The solution is for them to have more personnel.
And probably this could be one of the reasons why we might have a long delay, because whatever Aaron Cheriot has said is that everything is now, nothing is happening at the Bomas of Kenya.
Yes.
People are sleeping. There are people behind, actually outside the hall, the main auditorium, waiting for accreditation. We are looking at a situation where now we are going to have a rush hour to beat the deadline.
That's true.
And now that brings me to the question I asked you. So what happens if it spills over past the 7-day period, beating the constitutional deadline?
There, I think it will be now a court issue.
Let's not predict the worst.
Let's not predict the worst. But if that situation arises, I think they can move to court. Though the court
and seek more time.
The court legally, Victor, the court has no power to extend constitutional deadlines.
So what would happen? What would be the probable scenario?
Because these are constitutional deadlines.
Yes. It's an interesting bit. It's
very interesting.
Yeah.
It's very interesting because now it becomes now a question of can we have an extra day? But the question is, what did you do with the time you had? That's the question.
Okay.
What did you do with the time you had? Yeah. But of course, if that situation arises and there are some circumstances, of course, the court may try to intervene.
Because that bit is a bit silent.
It's very
in
silent
the Constitution.
because it says within 7 days. Yeah.
So what if?
Yeah, what if exactly? So let's hope they'll do their job.
What if?
let's hope they'll do their job within those 7 days.
Okay.
If it means having more personnel, so be it. Yes, they have to enhance the way they are doing the verification. Yes.
Okay, Wakili, there's a question of the swing vote. And in this election, it did not appear so much that as compared to the previous elections. We never had an issue of a swing vote area, like in the past. At this particular point, we would say that each and every candidate at least tried to evade all these areas which were considered or perceived to be swing vote areas. What would you attribute this to?
I think looking at how the elections are coming out, those areas which were said to be swing votes, actually they are becoming either shared or strongholds of some candidates. Yeah, because if you look at Northeastern, for example, it is shared. Northeastern is shared. Look at Kisii, it is shared. Yeah. Look at now the coast. Coast you have seen Azimio dominating, though Kenya Kwanza also have a good share of it. Yeah, because mostly the swing votes are the ones which determine actually who wins the election, because every candidate has their own stronghold. Yeah, like if it is Kenya Kwanza, we know the Rift Valley, Mount Kenya. Now actually the swing vote, in my opinion, right now, Victor, is Western, because now Western is becoming like not anybody's bedroom. You have seen even the results in Vihiga, where now even the governor is it ODM?
ODM.
Yeah, so I think the issue of swing votes, and of course looking at how the candidates were able to share positions with people from various regions. I think it became an issue of what is there for us.
Yeah.
Look at the Rakanithi, for example. You can't even Meru. You actually think they are becoming swing votes. You can't tell whether it is for Azimio or for Kenya Kwanza.
Yeah.
So I think the way our elections are being done, our people are voting based on what they believe in, and actually people have tried, to exercise their democratic right, and now whoever wins, in my opinion, whether by a small margin, will have won, so long as we ensure that the results as they were at the polling station are the ones which are being declared at the tallying center.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Kyria?
There's a question you've posed to Wakil, an interesting one, particularly on if IEBC is unable to declare these results within 7 days, obviously because of the process. As you can see, it is very tedious. And Wakili, you talk about going to court, probably to seek an extension, but probably from where you see it, don't you think then this would precipitate a constitutional crisis? Because the Constitution sets timelines on which even a challenge in the Supreme Court should be filed within how many days? Then the judges have 14 days to listen to it and make a determination. And then with this, and a certain period after the determination, if the win is upheld, when the presidential candidate should be sworn in as the President of the Republic of Kenya. So don't you see a likely precipitation of a constitutional crisis?
Yes, Kyria, there will be a constitutional crisis. And as I said earlier, the court have no mandate to extend constitutional deadlines. They can only extend statutory deadlines. Because these deadlines by the Constitution are final. They can only be amended by the people, not even the court. The court is supposed to interpret. So, but in the event that it is not possible to have the results declared within the 7 days, then what does it mean? I think it may mean that we may have to conduct another election. Yeah, because you see, if we say we extend, then now, as Kyria says, it affects everything else. Yeah. So now it is upon the IBC, and they have a constitutional duty to make sure that they adhere to the constitutional deadlines. That's a duty. So they must adhere to it. And I believe Kenyans and ourselves, Kyria and Victor, we should not be worried. I'm sure Chebukati and his team will declare the results by Tuesday. I believe so. But of course, as we have seen, they need to increase their personnel. That one they have to.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Victor?
We are still continuing with our discussion and our preparation, the announcement. Things are still looking pretty slow at the Bomas of Kenya, as was given to us by Serafina Robi there, and of course Senator Aaron Cheruyot. Things are still happening at the Bomas of Kenya. We are still waiting for more announcement by the chair IEBC, that is Chair Wafula Chebukati, to give us more update on what is the development probably at this particular hour. So far from what you can see on your screen there, nothing much is happening. Apart from the latest, that is still standing at 695 out of 46,229 polling stations across the country. And from what you can see on your screen there, those are live pictures from the Bomas of Kenya. That is a green stadium, so to speak. It's a green stadium. And a lot of, according to, even from the picture itself, nothing much is happening. There is a lot of people have relaxed somehow, and even the big podium for Chebukati itself is completely empty, meaning nothing is happening there. So we will be giving you more details as and when we receive them here in studio. Remember, it's a tedious job. Probably a day or two, because Chebukati said that they will give the results in due course. That's what he said, in due course. So we don't know when that will happen. Live pictures from the Bomas of Kenya. This one is trying to calm down the masses, because as the speed at which the social media returning officer were running was even faster. Was even faster than the technology itself.
Yes, and you may allow me to comment KBC, at least for showing the verified results.
Good, thank you.
I think we should, other media houses should do the same. Let us display,
we take the lead.
Verify. Yeah, KBC is taking the lead.
That's how we promise you, that's where we get everything
because,
right.
To be honest, Victor, the social media returning officers are following what is in the media houses.
All of them are run out of bundles, probably.
Exactly. Yeah, so I think let media, and I plead with them, because this is causing anxiety among Kenyans. We ensure that they display verified results, because those are the final ones, to avoid unnecessary anxiety.
Okay, so yeah, there you have it. We are the place to get the verified results, standing at 695 out of 46,229. There's something Honorable Cheruiyot talked about, 292 instead of 290 constituencies. Plus 2, that would mean prisons and diaspora.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, okay. So which means we are also still waiting for the final results from the diaspora, for us to get the final tally on what it stands. And yes, so, and they are party agents, various party agents, to give what we have on there. All right. The time now is 27 minutes past 9. We've been here since 6 a.m. At this particular point, let's take a break. And of course, we leave you with the graphics on what we have on who are the winners and the losers at this particular break. We'll be right back.
The State House race continues to shape up, and here at KBC Channel 1 we're giving you a 360 degrees coverage, wall-to-wall coverage, an exclusive view into the race as it shapes up, as well as races across the country, including the gubernatorial, the senatorial, the woman rep position, the member of parliament, and the member of the county assembly. We want to head over to Kabete in Kiambu County. Let's listen in of what is happening what is happening in Kabete.
Njenga 653 votes, Njenga Wicks Mwevi 6,057 votes, Thiongo Ede Wamboi 1,297 votes, Wamashukuru James Gidua Kamau 49,400. I want to take this opportunity then to present this certificate of elected member of National Assembly to Mr. Mheshimiwa James Gidua Kamau. Congratulations. All the best. It is congratulations to
Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kunipa nafasi tena ya kuwa mtumishi ya watu wa Kabete. Pia nataka niwashukuru wana Kabete pia kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuwafanyia kazi kwa zamu ingine ya miaka ingine 5. Nataka pia niwashukuru familia yangu ambao pia imenishikilia, na nishukuru pia wote ambao tumeshirikiana nao katika hii kazi ndio tukaweza kupata hii kiti. Nashukuru tumepiga siasa pamoja, na nataka niwakaribishe katika ofisi yetu tufanye kazi pamoja, tushirikiane kwa umoja. Hiyo mambo ambayo walikuwa wanasema wangependa tufanyie Kabete, wakati ndio huu. Wakuje tuungane mkono tuone tumeweza kubadilisha Kabete yetu.
That's Gedhua of Schools, what you would say, Gedhua Amashukuru, Member of Parliament for Kabete, getting a second term on a UDA ticket. He was elected in 2017, now has gotten a second term. You can see his election there. That footage is from earlier as the presiding officer the returning officer at the Kabete constituency was announcing those results. On this end of studio, I have Bernard Mweru. He's the Digital Marketing and Partnership Manager at Africa 118. It's a company that deals with issues, social media and digital marketing. We'll talk to him about what you're seeing on social media and about now. On the other end, Victor Lo is also with Wakili and will be cross-engaging. Let's start with what we're seeing on social media. And first of all, the biggest question would be, can social media be a contributant to a strife?
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me. My name is Bernard Mweru, and I'm glad to be here this morning. Yeah, so as per your question, yes, there is a lot of misinformation on social, and more so Twitter being the kind of a decision maker during these kind of political sessions, and of course Facebook as well. There's so much information that is being shared that is untrue or not verified, and there's those people who believe that's their source of information. There's that kind of a section of people who rely on that kind of information, and you see when people just share information live, there are chances of this information landing to a person who is relying on that information 100%. And at the end of the day, that person is, this is what I need, this is what I'm gonna go with, this is the winner, this is the loser. Which of course we have seen. There are people who have gone and shared information of someone who won, and when the IBC comes and mentions who won on that area, then someone different. So I would say social media is impacting a lot of misinformation currently, and it's high time that people at least verify, maybe from other credible sources out here in the Kenyan nation.
You talk about misinformation. You probably could tell us what misinformation is, and as you tell us about it, tell us what also disinformation is, and in relation to the context of election.
Yeah, so as mentioned, I would say misinformation are any uncredible information, or rather uncredible content. Something that is not verified, something that is not verified if it is true or untrue. In terms of misinformation, I think the relationship is similar, but the thing is there's a lot of untrue and verified kind of information that is being shared on social media. And in terms of how it is impacting the election, people are eager. They want to know who won, who didn't win, and where are we in terms of numbers. We have seen number one, maybe 50%, 48%, 50%, that kind of percentage. But there are people who their source of information is social media, and the people there, they lack maybe the journalistic kind of ethics and skills to relay information. That's what I would say.
Is social media, first of all, as you talk about, and we'll talk about verification at some point, but in terms of credibility, can social media be a source of information?
To some extent it would, because we have credible sources that are also on social media. There's a page that you can go and it shares the true, or rather the credible information. Whereas there are people out there who are or rather they are kind of influencers per se, that are sharing uncredible information from their sources, who of course maybe they are competitors or people who are vying, and people supporting some of those people who are vying. Yeah.
Wakili, as you ventilate into this, and of course let's in Victor Olo, there are parties or agents of political parties who have already called this election to their favor, sometimes even posting numbers. It is an election offense because IBC has already said the only people who can declare or call an election is the institution called IEBC. But it appears like either the IBC's hands are tied, or they just don't want to act. Wakili?
Keoria, and I think I've listened to Bernard, I believe, on the issue of social media. And to be honest, there are very many consumers of the social media. And that's why there was the Kenyan Information and Communication Act, which was amended in 2019, and to put some laws to regulate the usage of the social media, and to be specific, WhatsApp and even blogs. Yeah. So I think as much as IBC are requesting social media users to refrain from posting unverified information, it now becomes the role of the Communication Authority of Kenya, and of course in conjunction, because it's a criminal, it becomes a criminal act once you contravene the Kenyan Information and Communication Act of 2019, which now has put laws. If you are a blogger, the act requires that you obtain a license. The information you post must be authentic. But now the problem is there has been non-enforcement of that particular act. That's why very many people are misusing the social media. And to be precise, Keoria and Victor and my brother Bernard, this social media, if not properly guarded, may precipitate and cause a lot of tension, and actually even provoke Kenyans to think of engaging in some sort of violence. Remember, Keoria, as we speak, there is social media violence, where people are fighting online, using words of course. What happens if the same goes to the ground? So I think the way we have requested the mainstream media, and I think, as I said earlier, I commended IBC for only displaying the verified results. Let's also, even all social media platforms, they need to be cautious. And actually, the Ministry of Information actually should now start taking action on abusers and misusers of social media. Because if you want to post something, because many people, even myself, when I was at the village, Victor, I was following the results mostly from social media to know who has won. Because sometimes the mainstream media may have already given that information, so you refer to social media. So there needs to be proper mechanisms to guard the social media. But more importantly, I think we need to have a sense of responsibility as Kenyans, and try to adhere to some of these regulations because they are in the better good of our nation. Because if you cause tension, if you spread unverified information, because in some areas a blogger will say so and so has won, but in the real sense the other candidate has
won. Which we actually saw all the way from Tuesday.
Yes.
Right.
That's what is happening. I saw one in Kilifi where they were saying Aisha Juma has won, was governor.
Yes.
But now what I saw,
that's
it is Mungaro. Exactly. That's a classic example. Another one I saw was for Langata, where they initially said Koril has won. Then the next day I saw Jalango has won. But now the good thing,
defeat.
But the good thing Koril conceded. So I think this social media, if not properly addressed, they may bring an issue.
And perhaps, Kira, maybe just chip in. Perhaps that is why in some jurisdictions, government resorts to shutting down social media during the campaign period. But, CS Matiang'i said that's not what they're going to do. Now we can easily see and clearly see what is happening on social media. I can easily say the amount of stress and tension and depression people are getting on social media at this particular time is quite enormous. What do you think about that on that side?
Vaned.
I think we can take a case in Uganda last election. They shut down all social media. Like you could not go to the internet unless you use a VPN. And I think where we sit now in Kenya, it becomes hard. But they notified the social media platforms that we are going to have an election period. Kindly filter some of this information. And I've seen some bloggers losing accounts on their Twitter accounts, their Facebook accounts. So that is to say, the social media platforms have also stepped in. For now, there are some that used to tweet and post in the last 2 weeks, but now the accounts are off. They're opening new accounts because the social media platforms have come through and, of course, taken the Wananchi seriously in terms of what they need to protect. But, of course, because this is a bot, there are some words that are not going to be filtered because what they do is they get some few keywords and then they feed on their system, and if any kind of this keyword appears, then the post is brought down. But also even us ourselves, we have the mandate also to control. I'm sure for Facebook, if you shake your phone on Facebook, you have a chance to report. I don't know if people know that you can shake your phone when you're on Facebook, then you'll be given a pop-up where you can report a post that you feel it's misinformation or rather it's not sharing the right and credible kind of information. So I think we are heading there. But if you look at it holistically in terms of Africa elections, I think we are somewhere and not maybe to a level of maybe country like Uganda where they were last time.
All right. Think about Kenya as a fragile democracy, for that matter. A young democracy while at it, but a very progressive constitution that guarantees everybody the freedom of expression. Yesterday I saw, I think, Twitter flagged a post by Martha Karua, the deputy president candidate for Azimio. How do you balance between censorship for the interest of country and freedom of expression?
That becomes hard, and that is what the social media platforms are struggling with. Because at the same time they want to give us the freedom of expression, they want us to use their platforms, and they are even sure that after this election they will have gained some numbers. So, they're also in business at the same time. Whereas on this other end, we want to give the freedom of expression and have people talk and have people share ideas and maybe what they can do in terms of election, how they can handle themselves and who to support and who not to support. So I think hand in hand, there are some unmanageable scenarios. But as I said, the social media platform, they already have the names of who is vying. And I'm sure for them, they are being monitored by a human being and not a bot. So that's the reason maybe why Mathira post was brought down or was flagged down, because there's someone behind the scenes who are watching all their content, all those guys who are vying. Of course, on the higher positions. Yeah.
When it comes to social media and relaying of information, like you've said, social media can also be a source of information.
Yeah.
But there's a question of who should we trust then? That this one comes with credible information. The other one is just a rumor monger.
Yeah, so I think it's a personal choice and personal decision on who you support, because I know even you individually, you know the sources that you rely on to and the sources that are true and they are not biased in any way, because we even have TV stations that are biased. Right now, we have radio stations which we know they are pushing a certain agenda. So I think, and even we, Wananchi, we shouldn't be, because I support someone and a certain media station is supporting a certain politician, then that will be my source of information. The government, or rather IBC itself, has said we are the only one who are sharing the right and credible information, and all the other media houses are relying on their information. It's only that maybe the time and period and where they are starting from differs. But I would urge any Mwananchi out there are social media platforms for IEBC. Those are some of the platforms that you should follow, and of course the media houses that everyone out there trusts. Those are the credible sources that maybe you should be able to watch and follow.
All right, walk us through the process of verification, for example, as an empowerment tool to those watching us and are relying probably on social media, because wherever they are, the only thing they can access is social media. How then do you verify that what I have seen is indeed true?
Yeah, so let's start from blogging, of course, which is hard to verify because maybe some of the Wananchi, they don't have maybe the skills to verify on that. But mostly what I look at is the domain name. The domain name. There's someone maybe who will create, maybe this is kbc.co.ke, and maybe someone will go and create another domain, kbc.com. Those are two different domains, and they're sharing different information. So you may land yourself in a certain domain thinking, this is the KBC that I usually follow. This is their website, this is their portal. And when you log in there, you find that the information being shared there is not credible, or rather they get misinformed because they thought they're relying on KBC, which is not true. The other thing is also social pages. There are so many pseudo accounts, and the good thing that with social media platforms is that they have verified. There's a blue tick on any verifying kind of social media platform belonging to any media house. There's a blue tick. That is to say, that's the page, that is the profile that you need to follow, and not any other thing that has been created there. Because even now, if you go to social media platform, maybe say Facebook, and you check KBC, you'll see a lot of different pages belonging to KBC. But the verified one and the true one is the one with the blue tick. And that's what I urge all media houses. Get verified on Twitter, get verified on Facebook, so that the audience there can be able to trust you as a credible media house.
You talk about the blue badge, because it is given on Facebook as well as on Twitter. I think even Instagram is also giving the blue badge. But the problem with this blue badge, sometimes it has been given to politicians or people of influence because they have followers, and they are also peddlers of disinformation or information. But the blue badge still confuses the person watching it to make it look like it's credible. How do you deal with that?
Yes, so I know there are some crooked individuals that they have the blue badge. And what maybe this social media platform look as is the following, your engagement, how far you have come, what is your status, maybe you're an editor or maybe you're a TV presenter, and you're attached to a certain media house. But you see, maybe when you left and go log outside there, when you leave this media house, you won't report back and say, you see, you verified me because I was working for KBC, kindly now remove the blue badge. I'm now on myself, sharing my own information. There's not that kind of follow-up. But it's good to know, like any Mwananchi out there, to know who you're following and who are you relying your information on, because that's something that is individually. But we have people there who are credible, and you can follow up, and you can even verify from the credible sources like IBC currently, who are sharing the real and credible information as of now.
All right, let me throw it to you, Victor, to engage Wakili, and then also come on and add some points.
Before I get to engage Wakili, on the split screen we have got 2 live pictures. That is one from Mathira constituency and another one from Bomas of Kenya. Perhaps, Director, if we could just head to Mathira and get to listen to the nuts. What's happening from Mathira? All right. Those are live pictures from Mathira constituency and another one from Bomas of Kenya. As we promised earlier, this is a place that you'll be getting that 360 degrees coverage on this historic election, the transition election as we know it, because a lot is at stake. IBC, we are also waiting for the next address by Wafula Chebukati, but the way it seems, everything is still slow at the Uchaguzi Hall at the Bomas of Kenya, and that should be the returning officer in Mathira. You're yet to hear what is happening there. All right, so we are talking about social media, and an expert in studio, and I have Wakili in studio. Now, there are certain limitations legally as far as the use of social media is concerned. Have we reached a position where an action is punitive by law in Kenya, so to speak?
Yes, Victor. we have the amended Kenya Information and Communication Act of 2019, where now it has placed regulations and offenses with the use of social media. It's now actually an offense to contravene those particular regulations. But now the problem, as I said earlier, is enforcement.
Enforcement. That was my next question.
Enforcement. Yes.
It seems like it's a silent kind of law.
Yes, because I've heard my brother Bernard say that in some countries like Uganda, in times like this one, social media is completely shut down.
Yeah, there was a blackout.
I would advocate for that in Kenya.
You would advocate?
I would not. I would not advocate for that. As Kiore said, Article 33 of the Constitution is very clear. Freedom of expression. It must be safeguarded. I don't know whether freedom of expression as a right is in Uganda. I don't know. But in Kenya, we know there is freedom of expression, Article 33. And the Constitution is supreme to any other statute. So as much as we have the Kenya Information and Communication Act, we have the Constitution. But now the issue here, and actually what I would request the relevant institution, and this case is the Communication Authority of Kenya in conjunction with the DCI, they need to start taking action. Whereby the laws are very clear. If you are a blogger, for example, you are supposed to have a license. If you are a WhatsApp admin or maybe a Facebook admin, you must verify every information which is posted in that particular group. And if the information will cause maybe hate speech or spread unverified and information which can actually initiate some level of violence, then I think action must be taken early enough, not too late. So we need to see the Communication Authority of Kenya at work. We need to see the DCI at work now. And of course, anybody, any Kenyan, can launch a complaint. Yeah, so it also becomes a responsibility of every Kenyan. How will you, Victor, know a WhatsApp group in a place called Teso or a place called Wajia, where the members are spreading information which can actually cause tension? How will you know? So it becomes a responsibility of the members of that particular group. Somebody needs to launch a complaint.
Yes.
Because the police will not act on an existing complaint.
But then even with all these things happening, then we have to throw it back to the law enforcement officers.
Yes.
For lack of action.
Yes. And you see now the problem with this one, Victor, if you report somebody,
yes,
by the time action is taken, our remaining 7 days, 4 days will be over. Before somebody is arrested, arraigned in court, taken to court, and there is judgment. The time will be over. And of course, if that person initiated violence through their post, whatever action will be taken on them will be too late.
Okay.
So it is a matter of a sense of responsibility by every Kenyan.
Okay. I will ask you this question, and probably Bernard, you can also chip in. Is social media a blessing in disguise? I'm asking this question because throughout the campaign period, we saw almost all the political parties having their social media platforms running. They never depended on mainstream media. They invested on social media to transmit their rallies. So to an extent, is it a blessing in disguise for us as Kenyans?
Actually, I will not say a blessing in disguise. I'll say it is a blessing. Not in disguise. It is a blessing. But now, it is now the opposite of blessing is curse. Now you can say curse in disguise.
Yeah.
I don't know. But in my opinion, it is a blessing. But now it depends on how we use it. There must be proper use of the social media.
Yes.
Because as a lawyer, I can tell you, when I was at home voting, I did several cases at home. Yeah, I can log in to Microsoft Teams and Zoom and do my matters there.
Yeah.
It has really helped. Actually, these virtual courts came as a result of social media. Yeah, that's why now we have these social media platforms which are even being used. Even now, even to IBC now, these forms are transmitted via social media. Very fast. Take a picture, WhatsApp, you send. Very fast.
Yeah.
So it is, instead of in the past, somebody had to go to cyber, scan, and send. There's no electricity.
There's a network problem in the cyber.
There's network problem. Yeah. So it is a blessing. Yeah. But now we have to use it well, because it can be also used to cause fear, because some candidates, Victor, as you have said, did not even go to the ground. Some were campaigning via social media. That now bloggers were in a permanent employment, where they are doing all those man of posts, campaigning, spreading propaganda. And you know, propaganda sometimes really affects the reasoning of the voter.
Yes.
Like as our propaganda being spread that now there's an agreement between some candidates, so and so are stepped down, and the voters will go there and vote for the other person and say, oh, he stepped down, and it is propaganda. So I think there needs to be a regulation, and that's why we have these amended acts, where now the social media usage must be regulated.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, before we come to you, Bernard, let's go to Mathira now and listen to the returning officer. Straight to Mathira.
Karaoke to Kamau, 2,649 votes. Kyomo, Kejua David Kafufa, 190 votes. Kyomo Faith Oloni, 216 votes. Maina Barton Mashiro, 1,920 votes. Minor Gerard Mashera, 449 votes. Modongo Sare Salome Wambui, 1,644 votes. Ndagita Anthony Moridi Maina, 12,880 votes. Wajia Peter Dilipu, 470 votes. Wamai Emma Manjiro, 524 votes. Total valid votes cast 13,063 votes. Ejected ballots were 92. Therefore, I declare Dagita Antone Muridi Maina to be I declare Dagita Anthony Muridi Maina to be the member of County Assembly Ward for Kirimukuyu Ward, member elect. Chief Agent, kindly come and sign for me. Chief Agent. Lastly, but not the least, Karatina Town, County Assembly, and the declaration of results are as follows. Votes garnered by each and every candidate as they appear in the ballot paper. We will start with Gabigia Anthony Morioki, who garnered 3,758 votes. Kaliuki Rinet Wamoyo, 348 votes. Maina Joel Gishuru, 782 votes. Moridi Paul Dirijo, 1,958 votes. Mwangi Rusi Wamboye, who garnered 360 votes. Ngoni James Kibira, who garnered 564 votes. Wero Mason Burungo, 10,080 votes. And therefore, Wero Mason Burungo, having garnered the majority votes, is hereby declared the MCA elect for Karatina Township.
Those are live pictures from Bomas of Kenya as well as Mathira constituency in Nyeri County. The returning officer there has just declared the results from Karatina Township ward, and I'm sure in this session is where they will declare the MP elect for Mathira constituency. But just what you have seen there is the declaration of the MCA for Karatina Township ward. We are also live from the Bomas of Kenya, where we expect a status update from Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of the IEBC. But you can see the floor is quite busy at the Bomas of Kenya as political party agents and IEBC officials collect data and verify before it is posted on the portal as official results verified from forms 34A and B is the physical ones and the pictures taken at the polling station. Let's head over to Kilifi County now. Junaid Karisa is back again. This time she will tell us in which constituency of Kilifi County and what is happening there. Junaid, good morning.
Morning, Kyoria. I'm coming to you live from Kilifi North constituency at the Pwani University. This is the county tallying center, and